How was that?
Not fun.
Oh, God, I bet.
So you got to drink this juice that makes you just like basically yourself constantly.
Yeah.
And then they're like, okay, now you're cleaned out. Don't eat anything for fucking 24 hours. And then we're going to put you under and you're going to feel like shit for like 4 days. Also, your butthole's going to hurt real bad. Thanks.
Also, your butthole's going to hurt bad.
Like, thanks. I'm pretty sure you're asking me to get diddied.
Diddly.
Ooh, the GHB. Start sharing yet. Sharing chat started.
Yes. Yay, we did it.
Yay.
We're here. Hello, Machine Honey Bun. What's up, everybody?
Machine Honey Bun.
Yo, dude, fucking that homie Raptor Y, though, man. Gare Bear up in the chizzy before we even started.
Oh, shit.
That Raptor Y is my boy. Raptor Y is my boy. Starry. Oh, hello, Starry. How are we doing? All right, cool. Wait, so this, we could probably do this. Oop. Can I hide this thing? A report Earth Smasher.
I have returned.
What do you guys think of Earth Smasher's new setup?
Yeah, my private
Dude,
island.
I would
Anybody want to join me?
Oh, me. Oh my God, I would love to be there right now. Holy shit. Couple of cervezas. And by a couple, I mean like 40.
cervezas and senoritas. Oh, God.
Bloom Angel, hello. Time Lord, Dank Manu. Welder Gaming, what's up, brother? Tapping in from Kick. Or the Green app. So yeah.
I can't see that shit on TikTok. Come on, dude. Come on.
I'll never learn. Well,
this is why we'll never succeed over there. Because you keep using actual names for things. What the fuck?
I know. I mean, how unreasonable of me.
Exactly. Thank God. Now you understand.
It took me a while, but I finally got it. Hello, Rowdy. Rowdy. Yo, Dap Brew with the subby sub. This mess, I love you, Papa Mash. Please don't. Why would I be angry? What did you do? Wait, what did you? I'll never be angry at you, Dap Brew. I love you, homie. Thank you so much for the. Thank you so much for the subby, my boy. Drangnar, what's up, my guy? Thank you for the raid. Love you, Dap Brew. Always, my friend. Drangnar, thank you. Oh, there is TTS. Oh, that's why you're saying www. You can add TTS to subs? I know we have TTS for donations, but I don't know about the subs. I don't know. You know, that's the crazy thing is like there's so much I am still learning about, and there's so many cool, fun knickknacks that I've seen on other channels. And like, you know, aesthetically and all this other stuff. I feel like I'm constantly reminded of just how new I am. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, but like honestly, like it's one of those things you got to remember. Those knickknacks don't make the stream, right?
No, for sure.
So many people, when they have all those knickknacks, they lean on them. They're like, "Hey, this is what's going to make my stream is my TTS always going off." Like, sure, that can be fun for a little bit, but like, are you providing content that is actually viable or desirable in any way? And probably not.
Well, yeah, no, I mean, that's, so, you know what, I like to reference this exact topic with the larger streamers. So, like, again, you know, not to continue to glaze him, but, like, I genuinely like...
Wait, let me guess. Most definitely.
Yeah, yeah, and so for me, it's like I don't know what his journey was up until that point, but he's by no means the only example. I would say most very successful streamers that I see, they're extremely minimalist, as in like they don't have anything. They don't have like channel point rewards, and obviously like I'm not saying this stuff is bad, but I am saying, I'm kind of emulating what you say or echoing what you say rather. That it really comes down to the content of your stream, not the like the overlays or the knickknacks and stuff like that. Hola, oi lindo. Hola, Natali. Obrigado. ¿Cómo estás? ¿Cómo va?
Yeah, no, it's definitely one of those things. Like, you can definitely add to your content with those things, but you have to remember that just as much as one of them can add, another one can subtract. I mean, like, for instance, the workout dice. Like that's a pretty good indicator of one, because like you went from like, what was that? That was on your birthday. That was your birthday stream, and what you did like 10 workout dice, and it got to a point where it was like honestly a little bit. You were so gassed, it was kind of hard for you to talk.
No,
and
it
like
was
that
yeah.
takes away the content so much, and then like it puts you in kind of a bad mood because of that. Like, so now the content's ruined because of a channel point reward and a little knick-knack and a neat thing. And it's like one of those things you have to, when you do implement those neat things, those channel points, anything like that, you have to look at it and be like, okay, best case scenario, people use it like once a stream. Worst case scenario, it happens 50 times a stream. Am I okay with 50 times?
Oh yeah, no, for sure. Yo, Demon Bane, thank you so much for the subby. How you doing, brother? Devo here, new streamer here for knowledge. Like you said you would, Devo. Thank you for showing on up. Guys, welcome to our, I think it was number 11?
I think this is 11 or 12. It's one of those two.
11 or 12 Streaminar. And guys, if you guys have been here before, I know I'm usually a chatty Cathy, but during these Streaminars, so for a couple of hours, I'm going to be locked in on the information here as much as I can be, because otherwise, it's just going to be a mess. So, if you guys do sub, or if you guys are trying to get my attention, just know I likely won't get to it until later. That being said, if you have Q&A questions, if you have questions and answers questions, if you have questions, be sure to hold them for our Q&A later. Okay, so yo, Candy, thank you so much for the subby. Thank you guys for the subs. But no, you're 100% right, and that's the thing, is like streams or like streaming, I should say, is just a completely evolving, ever evolving, devolving. Like evolving isn't even the right term. It's just a constant,
ever in motion.
Ever in motion, yeah. Because, like you said, something that was good and that people loved was able to be exploited to the point where I couldn't have it here. You know what I mean? Now, I do think it's a good idea, and I would like to bring them back, but like it would have to be at a different capacity, and it's why all of our channel point reward stuff have shot up in price. You know what I mean? I think they started at like 500, and now they're at like a couple of thousand or whatever they're at, for these reasons. And that's the thing, is like when it comes to a lot of this stuff, a lot of things that are activated, whether they're sound or like on screen or whatever, TTS, you are at your viewer's mercy, just like the workout dice. I was at the viewer's mercy that like, hey, you guys aren't going to abuse this and we can all have fun with it. You can use your channel point rewards, no problem. And then people put their head together and, long story short, they chain together like, an ungodly amount of workout dice. And, because of that, it's like, okay, like it's disruptive enough to where you have to find a different home for it or take it out completely. Thank you for the tab, Pappy.
Well, and yeah, definitely it's one of those things, and like you also have to consider when you're looking at something like that, like, hey, why did they do this, right? And it's like, okay, initially, like, depends on your community. Some communities are very generous, very nice, very kind and loving. Other ones want to see their streamer suffer. So like, it's like, okay, how can I, as the content creator, not exploit it, but take advantage of that emotion that the chat's hive mind has decided is a thing. So how do I do this? Like, okay, so they want to see me suffer a little bit. Like, okay, then like let me lean into some content that is where I suffer a little bit, but it's not terrible. Or if they're super wholesome, let me lean into wholesome content. And it's like, it's understanding that your chat is communicating to you with actions like this and small actions like this without even you realizing.
No, for sure. Streaming is hard. Indeed. Welcome back, Whispery Rice. No, I mean, it's one of those, again, like that's why I urge people so very much to like come in and actually be a part of these Streaminars, for the simple fact of like, what have we considered me more than anything, or us as a team? We're not just streamers anymore. We're content creators. I start to, I've been talking more and more about the importance of postable content, the content that you're going to put out there that's going to advertise to the masses that you're a streamer. You know what I mean? Like, unfortunately, when you're posting and you're only getting a couple hundred views and a couple likes, it's very similar to streaming to nobody. Mm-hmm. So a lot, honestly, like, without really putting two and two together, I kind of used Instagram similarly to how I did when I was starting out streaming. Like I would follow other people, like their stuff, comment on their stuff, and they would do so back. And it's kind of like, you can implement that as well on other apps, but ultimately getting momentum on something like YouTube or TikTok, it's a numbers game. So eventually the goal is to like, start to hit like, a couple thousand, and then tens of thousands, eventually hundreds of thousands of views. And just through sheer numbers, if you have like, let's say 100,000 viewers, or views, not viewers, views on any given video, especially if it's streaming content, a fraction of that large number is going to say, hey, I'm going to go over and check them out like when they're live. And that's how this whole thing will work. That's how I got it in my brain. And this is all a development of being in the game that like I thought was, I'll be a streamer. Well, yeah, I mean, that's going to work only for so long. But like ultimately, if you want to be successful, at least in this industry, in my opinion, you got to be a content creator.
Oh yeah, and that's the thing is like, that's why you hear me say this all the time, and some of the other people that I get into their chats and talk to them, you'll hear me say it all the time, is every stream should be treated as a recording, and every recording should be treated as clips. So you are purposely doing actions and making intentional content in order to be able to post more stuff. Because guess what? Like we've talked about all the time, we say this all the time. Every post you make on another platform, on YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, the discoverable platforms, even X a little bit, every post you make is a lottery ticket. But here's the great thing about these lottery tickets. It's not like the normal lottery where, hey, you play once a week and that ticket's no longer good for the next week. Well, all these platforms, especially YouTube, you play it and it's good for forever. And it just keeps playing every time. And it's then as you grow and you change and you develop, you can look at these and use these as references of like, hey, this one did better. Why did this one do better? Analyze it, understand it, then implement it into your streams to grow both outside content and on stream.
Yeah, no, I couldn't agree more. And again, I feel hesitant to switch to the topic at hand, we are going to be talking about.
Oh shit! Yeah, sorry.
Well, no. I want to kind of go down this rabbit hole a little bit. I mean, it is our stream after all, and we put together Streaminars. I feel like a broken record, but I really honestly, the more I do this, the more I realize that people, like, on average, like, you have your loyal viewers and listeners. You know what I mean? And they come in and day out. Whether they're tuned in on any given stream or, it's hard to tell. But on average, people might pop into your stream once or twice a week. They might stay for an hour. They might not. But and I'm talking about people that like are a part of the community and like actually chat. Like I can't speak for lurkers. They are forever a mystery, and I love them for it. But we'll never be able to pull them or anything. They're just they're just doing their thing. But as far as the people that come around, like I find myself making announcements, and to this day, people will come in and be like, as a matter of fact, I think the homie Corey, Corey hasn't been here for too long, but he said, "What's going on here today?" I mean, like, how many times have I talked about Streaminars? Like, I mean, we've been doing it for months now, and like I try to talk about them frequently and say, hey guys, like if you want to learn more about streaming, if you want to learn how we got partner in 6 months, if you want to learn how to be a content creator and do things to where you can put a roof over your own head, and what's so funny?
Fucking Baba Yaga, fucking Mass Machine 5000 and Earth for Vacationer.
Earth Vacationer. Yeah, well, I mean that's. Look, viewers are wild, man. I mean, Baba Yaga is a perfect example. He's an outlier, you know what I mean? Like he makes every stream. He's active in the chat. Like, I mean, he's someone that we could, but like he's not going to come in here and ask like, oh, what's going on here? It's like, oh, Streaminar's on Thursday. You know what I mean? So like, to get your message out on a live stream is actually really, really difficult. That's what I'm starting to find out. Because typically I'll make an announcement, like if we're promoting an event or like I'm trying to push our YouTube as much as possible. And typically I say that in the beginning of the stream, and I'll try to hit it at least at the end. But the amount of people that it actually reaches, I think, is very minimal. So, the point I'm trying to make is like, ultimately when it comes to streaming and live content, just know that your message isn't going to stick. You know what I mean? Like the second it leaves my tongue, it's gone. And the 10 or so people that are actually actively listening might pick up on it. But other than that, like, it's lost. You know what I mean? So you have to, like, if you want to get your message across while you're live streaming, you do have to be kind of a broken record. But, to get back on track, this is inevitably the topic that I think is most important, that I desperately do want to get out to those of you that want to be full-time streamers, is you have to view yourself as a content creator. You have to stop streaming so much, and you have to figure out a way to gain traction on content that is postable. YouTube, TikTok. I'm on every which. I mean, I'm sure if there's an app, there might be an app out there I'm not on, but I mean, I can go down the list. I'm on about all of them, and some of them are making a little bit of movement, others not so much. But we're going to figure it out, because ultimately that is the conclusion I've come up with for doing this for as long as we have, is that it is not viable to get your name out there on the Twitch platform alone. You can network network your way into relevancy to a degree, but as far as like if you want to reach as many people as possible and you want to end up doing this full time, and comfortably, I assume no one wants to stream just because like, even if I'm like, in the red, like I'll still stream. Like, nah, like we all think this is a cool, I think the most of us think this is such a cool profession because, we can make some money doing it. You know what I mean? And I just don't see a viable route just doing it through Twitch. No way. No way. There's just no way.
like if you try to do it through strictly Twitch, you're playing the worst fucking casino game at the casino. You're trying a 1 in 8 million chance of every time you go live, while you're live, and only while you're live, that you have one person stumble upon you, let alone hundreds of thousands or tens of thousands or whatever number you're looking for, right? And so that's part of the reason of like making the outside content is so important, because when you're making that outside content, you're not only doing much better things because like, okay, now you can edit it, make it a little bit more polished, make it a little bit nicer, so you're not stumbling over yourself or, you know, whatever it may be, right? Or, you know, whatever issue may be having. So now you have a polished product that's out there that puts the best light on. And it works 24/7. It never tires. It never gets, never gets hungry, never has to go to the bathroom, nothing like that. It is always continuously working. And it's understanding that mindset of that, and understanding the other part of it too is when you go out to do this, like it can be very frustrating. Like when you first start out, it is incredibly frustrating. But what you need to do is start looking at the people that you want to be like, right? So like say you want to be like Moist Critical, Queso, and Kai Cenat, right? You need to go look at their content and almost emulate it in a way by putting your own spin on it, right? So making roughly the same content, but with your spin on it, right? So like, granted, those are all terrible because they're all three different, very different genres, or niches. You want to stick to the ones that are within your niche, or within like a rough niche around you, that you can put your own spin on their form of content. So that way you're taking something that's already been proven that works and going, oh, this works. Let them do all the hard work for you so that you can start succeeding. And then at that point, once you get to that success point, then you can start doing some more the more weird stuff and experimental,
Well, I remember you said something a couple of weeks ago along the lines of like, it's not about being original anymore. Like it's everything's already been done. You know what I mean? So
yeah, it's not about being original. It's about being authentic.
Yeah. So I think that it makes a lot of sense to like try to pick up on trends. And definitely, there's no shame in emulating or flat out like copying someone's idea, as long as like it's you doing it and you put your own spin on it or whatever. But ultimately, we're going through the process right now. We're going through something that I wish y'all would do yourselves, because I can't show you the secret. I can't give you the sauce. There's no secret code. Your path is going to be different than mine. Your demographic is your algorithm. Everything's going to be different to an extent, even though we're wearing similar shoes. And what we've been doing for a couple months now is just throwing shit at the wall. You know what I mean? We try our best to make it quality, but at the end of the day, it's kind of, it's either a spin-off of something, or it's just me acting as, goofy on stream, or whatever the case it is. We're trying to essentially find our way throughout, and that's the beauty in anything you do in life. I mean, if you have a dream that you want to pursue, you're not going to get to the top of that mission unscathed. You're going to fail. You're going to fall on your face. You're going to get kicked on your ass. You're going to get your ass kicked. I mean, you're going to get your face, mushed into the mud. I mean, you name it. But you keep getting up and you keep on finding out what doesn't work until you find out what does. And that's the important part, and that's the journey that you need to start yesterday. And that's why, we've gone on a tangent here, and we're talking about content, and we're not really talking about the topic at hand. But I want to continue to, thank you, Ellie. I want to continue to hammer home this point, because what we did on Twitch is miraculous. And I say it's miraculous because I haven't seen it done myself. As a viewer, as a content creator, I think we used a form of networking that I always suggest y'all do, but I had Aura to help me from the very beginning, and my back was against the wall with no plan B. I didn't have to, I was lucky to not have to pay rent at the time. The stars aligned, and we were able to muscle our way off that bedrock on Twitch, but the vast majority of people don't have that luxury. So again, if I were to do it all over again, and let's say like I had to, no, let's say everything's the same, I still would go the route of, you know what, let me stream a couple of times with the intent of getting content, but my focus primarily is going to be on the postable side of content, not the live streaming. And, oh wait, you're muted, brother. I believe.
My bad.
Oh,
I muted myself. I'm sorry. No, I was just saying, like, honestly, it's one of those things, like, some people, they see this stuff and they romanticize it a little bit. And don't get me wrong. Like, believe me, it's great. You get to sit on your ass, play video games, get paid for it. Fucking amazing. Yeah, we all can agree that's pretty great. However, they don't see the other side of it. And they don't see that there is no 9 to 5. There's no 8 hours, clock in, clock out, fuck off. Like, no, it is 24/7. You go to wake, you wake up. The second you wake up, you're back on the grind. And it doesn't stop. There's no days off. It's always checking Twitter and YouTube and Instagram and this, and then jumping on Twitch, seeing what's going on Twitch, like keeping up with the news. Like, it's non-ending. And like, yeah, sure, there are a ton of benefits to it, but like there also are drawbacks. And it's one of those things you have to realize and like decide, like, is it worth that? Because like there's a big difference between a streamer and then a content creator. Because a content creator can be also a streamer, but a streamer typically isn't a content creator, if that makes sense, right? So typically most people, when they start streaming, they just stream. They only stream. But when you make that transition to a content creator also, now you're also making content. So now you have to keep up with like 6, 7, 8, 10 platforms all the time. And that's where you start getting into this period. Like, don't get me wrong, like once you get past that hump and you're making enough that you can hire somebody to take care of that stuff for you, no problem. But early on, it is hard. And you have to be willing to be able to take on that hard, difficult work and grind the hell out of it to get there. And that means consuming content, putting your spin on it, coming up with ideas, fucking failing a bunch, failing forward faster. Like, we will say that forever because that is a thing.
No, it's necessary. Guys, I've worn a couple of different hats in this lifetime. And I can tell you, every venture I've been on, it has been riddled with mistakes, riddled with failure. You know what I mean? I like but here's the thing, like that fear of failure, that thing that's stopping you from doing it, is what stops most people in their tracks. So if you find yourself like fumbling, tripping over yourself, your posts aren't working, you're still, streaming to not many people, just keep yourself in the game and keep trying different stuff. Like, that's the worst thing you can do is, like, again, I think Whispery Rice said something about consistency. I put out a video on TikTok where I said, I think the worst thing you can do as a content creator or streamer of note that has any sort of influence is simply give an answer of consistency. Because the vast majority of streamers that I see are consistent as fuck. They're consistently doing nothing. You know what I mean? They're consistently going live and not doing the right shit, and also not doing the other stuff that needs to be done. Yeah, so I mean, what they'll do, they're consistently playing video games. You know what I mean? Like, they go live, they play or they stream for like 6, 7, 8 hours. Like, so the amount of people that come in to our stream here and say, like, oh, just got done with a 12-hour stream. I'm like, why? Why? What? Oh, to test my limits. Why? What? Oh, okay. You can fucking game for 12 hours. Like, yeah, I learned I could do that when I was in middle school. Like, stop streaming so much. If you're like stream, if you guys aren't streaming, like I stream now, so I can keep the lights on. This is the path that we chose at first, or I chose at first. I'll take the fall for this one. So now I'm locked into, I have to stream on Twitch to make money enough to where I can keep the lights on, keep my stomach happy, all that stuff. Okay? But if you guys aren't there, if you guys are still trying to make your way off that bedrock of you know, like you're streaming to 1 or 2 people, or anything under 10, I'll say, you should be streaming with the intent of making content. That should be why you're streaming. And as a matter of fact, if you were streaming for an hour and you hit the clip button 10 times and you're like, oh, dude, there were some bangers in there, stop there. If you had like a 3-4 hour stream scheduled just in case, use that time to edit. You know what I mean? But like honestly, the whole like oh, nose to the grindstone, I'm gonna grind away streaming, like it's stupid. There's no other way to say it. Like if you guys enjoy doing it, keep doing it. But I'm going to make my opinion known because this has been the most difficult business venture I've ever been a part of. It has been absolutely grueling work. And again, we have failed a million times, and that's one of those failures. We put way too much stock into streaming, or at least I did. I put way too much time and energy into streaming, and I was just lucky enough to have people there to help me out. You know, Aura was there from, you know, she was there for nearly 100% of the streams. And what was she doing while I was streaming for 8 hours a day every single day of the week? Well, she was giving me alley-oops. You know, she was networking hard. She was like getting people into the channel. The second they bounce in, I'd be like, yo, hey, dude, I'm starting to stream too. Like, yo, what do you think about growing together, dude? Let's make this shit happen. And you know, the you know, it wouldn't work for everyone. You know, every now and again they're like, yeah, whatever. But you know, you say that enough, you get people in. You start to have a vision of you start to make a community. It is possible. But again, ultimately, there's going to be a shift that I like to think that we are in the midst of and have already like survived. But if that is your only mission and you get no better at doing content, you get no better at streaming itself, and your mission is to appeal to other streamers to network with and to build each other's channel up, there will come a time where that well will run dry. The revolving door you won't be able to beat it. You'll be at a checkmate, and you can't apply to organic viewers because they don't give a shit about how good you are at Fortnite. You know what I mean? Like, you have to be a good streamer. You have to find your niche. You have to find your algorithm, and you have to dig into it. Now, implement the networking stuff when it comes to streamers. Absolutely. I for sure condone that. But at the end of the day, you should be working on your craft, your product, which is how you live stream and what content you're putting out elsewhere.
Yeah, and that's the thing is like, okay, like, so if you you're one of those people that streams 8 to 12 hours on a very regular basis. Instead of streaming 8 to 12 hours, you should be streaming 4 to 5 hours and dedicating the rest of that time to content creation. That doesn't mean just specifically editing clips or editing a video. That also means, like, in that process, you need to be doing all the other stuff, like networking, getting out there and talking to people, posting shit everywhere, editing, researching. You need to be doing all these things all the time, all at once. And it is a lot. It is a lot to ask. That's why, like, typically when I'm doing things, so like if I'm editing, I'm also messaging people on Discord and DMing people and doing all kinds of other things because I'm trying to do everything all at once.
Whisper, you're making a lot of sense, bro. What's up, Theory? What's up? Hey, guys, just a quick reminder. We are doing our Streaminar. This is number 11, I believe. And I will be locked into the conversation. I don't want to talk over Earth, so I'm not even going to do push to talk. So if you guys have any questions, we love questions. Just save them for the end. We'll get to each and every question, I promise you.
Yeah.
So if you guys have a question about anything stream related, even if it's not a topic we cover, feel free to stick around and hold those questions to the end, and we would be happy to get to them.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's the thing is, like, you have to think about it like this too. Like, okay, if you treat every stream as a recording, right? And you stream 5 days a week and you actually treat it as a recording, one, you're going to have to keep up super high energy the entire time, which is not very sustainable for most of us. Some people can do it, not most of us can, right? So let's imagine that you're doing 4 hours. Well, as soon as you hit end stream and you've recorded that whole thing, that's a new recording. That's a new video. Now, the second you stop, you start editing. You pull out clips, you edit it down into a video. Now you have a video in 10, 15, 20 clips. Well, okay, now you have an entire week's worth of posting from one stream. And that's the thing is, like, that's what we're talking about, is maximizing your efforts in the most important places possible. And being live for 24, 34, 24 hours. Ooh, I'm doing another subathon, and you get 4 subs. Is it worth it? Is doing 24 hours for $10, is that really actually worth it? You know what I'm saying? Like, where if you do 8 hours and you give the best show of your life, the chances of people actually donating to you is way higher. And that's the thing is, like, you need to think in this aspect of, okay, you only have a certain amount of time, the most precious thing in the world, time, that you can never get back. So how are you going to dedicate that time to get the most out of it?
Yeah, no, and that's just it. Like, again, it's really frustrating because, like, when I stream, I and this is something I'm starting to learn. Thank you for the follow over there on YouTube, Kutub. The thing that really frustrates me from this end is trying to get my message out. Whatever it may be, like, it could just be mental health stuff. It might be, who knows what it's about. But in this case, talking about the Streaminars, talking about, different ways that we can help other streamers, it just gets lost. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know how many, probably not a lot of people watching now. So, like, when I say something, and I don't know if you guys feel this way as well, but, like, you kind of, like, get in your head that, like, oh, if I say it once in the beginning of the stream, once at the end, and maybe once in the middle, it should reach most people. But, the fact of the matter, it seems to reach almost nobody. You know what I mean? But that is, I will at least for the time being, and that's why I always say, hey guys, this is like a very followable series because it is the best info we have to offer with where we're at. Earth Smasher and myself are obsessed with this topic. Okay? Get that through your head.
I have a problem. It's my heroin addiction.
We stay up until the sun starts to come out on Sunday and say, oh shit, dude, like, yeah, I should probably go to bed. Like, it's not like a fucking, like, oh man, like, shit, we gotta talk about this shit on Sunday. It's like, it might be like that for me at first because, like, I'm a lazy fuck, and then literally, like, a minute into chatting with him, like, it's just all downhill from there. And the point I'm trying to make with that is this is the best we can offer to help you guys out. This is off-brand stuff. Earth and I could fucking bullshit about this all day. I mean, it's not helping this channel out, but we hope to help you out. And that's essentially where we're coming from is, like, guys, you're streaming too much. That's it. Like, if you want to, even if your goal is, like, I don't really care about content, like, I was there. I don't care about content. I just want to be a live streamer. Even if that's your goal, you should still find a way to create content and stream less. And stream with the intent of getting clips. I mean, that should be your main reason to stream, is how can I get clips to be able to post. I mean, and again, like, this is just how far, this is where we've come. This is my experience. This is what we've put our heads together with. And this is something that, I don't have another job. I don't have a family. All I do, I wake up and my mind literally starts thinking about shit like this. And then, by the time I go to bed, same deal. So, yeah, I appreciate all of you that come around and take this seriously. Believe me, if I had this kind of resource when I first started out, I think things would have been even. I mean, things have already worked out really well for us, and I think we're very, very fortunate that that A, I didn't have a job, and B, that we've had a couple of minds come together and say, hey, this looks like a cool endeavor. Let's all take a good crack at it. You know what I mean? Because ultimately, that's the other thing is like, try to find help along the way, whether it's a mod, whether it's a team member, whether it's just whatever have you. It's a business just like any other. You're gonna find a million things to do, and you only have one set of hands to do them with. So luckily, there have been people that came along that say, you know what, I don't need to be the streamer. I just want to help something, turn into something cool. And like, if I benefit from it, awesome. Either way, like I'm here for the ride. That is massive when it comes to stuff like this, because ultimately, again, I'm going to say till the cows come home, if that's the saying, but I'm like,
the cows come home. Yeah.
It's a business. It's a business, and you need employees. That simple, So, thank you, Brandon. I hope you're doing well. Go ahead, bro.
Yeah, no. It's ultimately that is like, it's one of those things like we say a lot of the same stuff over and over because it is the way. Like, it is the way forward. It is setting that purposeful mindset to get you farther faster. Because like, guess what? Like, you know what? You could possibly succeed streaming 12 hours, 8 hours a day, every single day, but you're going to have to do that for a decade. Where if you stream and make outside content, you are multiplying your efforts. And that's like ultimately what we're saying. We're not saying, hey, fuck your chat, ignore them, make a sweet YouTube video. We're saying you need to do both of those at the same time and consider the efforts that you're putting forward and make sure that those efforts are multiplying and increasing your reach every second, every day. And the more that you can increase that reach, the more successful you will be. Because guess what? If you reach 1,000 people, maybe one will come by. Right? That seems terrible, but the thing is, if you get a good video and you get a good string of videos and you get used to it and you're putting out stuff, we put out 2 clips a day every day on over on Mass Machine, and they typically get about 1,000 views every time. Okay, so that means that's roughly probably 2 or 3 people that are going to come over and follow and maybe even hang out and stream and maybe watch. And like, every time you get that, maybe that 50% chance, now you're using those skills that you've developed from streaming for so long to solidify them as a long-term viewer. Because guess what? Nobody's permanent. No mod, nobody's permanent. Only permanent part of your stream is you. That's it.
Yeah. I mean, that revolving door is so real. I often talk about how people come and go. Sometimes they come back. A lot of the times they're just gone. I mean, look at the ratios. Look at bigger streamers. People will have hundreds of thousands of followers, and they'll be streaming to like 50 people. So yeah, I mean, people come and go. It's just a matter of like, I like what Whispery Rice said. He said something along the lines of building an audience first and then streaming, and that's exactly what we're talking about here. Because here's the thing, like, I think you can go the route we did in network, but you're going to run into what I've come to call the transactional streamer. And what that means is exactly what the name is. It's someone that's there for a reason, their intent has to do with their benefit. In other words, if you have too many transactional streamers amongst your community, you can't appease them all. Like if you're one person, like there's a reason why I can't visit everybody's fucking stream. Like I I just don't have the time, especially with content creation and whatnot. But even when I did have a little bit more time and there was a lot fewer people to go visit, like if you don't make your rounds and hit everybody, they're gone. Like, what's your channel doing for me? Why should I come over there? Well, guys, guess what? Guess who doesn't give a fuck about their own stream? People that come in from YouTube. Well, or Earth Smasher. But like that's the difference between reaching out to other streamers and saying, hey, I'm a streamer too. We both have what we both desperately want, and that's viewership. Hey, if I'm the best viewer I can be in your channel, could you do the same for me? Cool, man, awesome. Dude, guys, it works like a charm. But, like I said, transactional. And now, every now and again, you'll create a relationship with somebody, with some of these people, and, it gets a little bit deeper, but for the I don't know, probably for the most part, in my case, they're there for a reason because they want reciprocation, or they want follows, they want a shout out, they want a raid, whatever the case may be. But you circumvent all of that. If you start putting out YouTube stuff, you start getting, you start gaining traction. People are going to see like a short, let's say it's a funny clip of you doing something on Fort, whatever the case may be. And they're like, oh, cool, like, let me check this guy out. Maybe he's live. Oh, he's not live. I'll follow him. Like, maybe I'll catch him some other time. A couple days go by and boom, they come into your stream. Well, what the fuck do they don't want anything other than just to be entertained. That is what I call an organic viewer. They see you online. They say, hey, that was, I want to see this guy. Maybe I can catch a clip live. I mean, there's not these kind of people that you attract through other apps. They're not going to look for anything other than your entertainment. So that runs us into another issue, though, because ultimately you do have to be a good streamer, because I'm not going to put names out there, but I've come across a lot of streamers, and obviously I'm not big enough for, these people to hear me, but unfortunately they have hundreds of thousands of followers, and what they don't have is viewers. One in particular has like 150,000 followers or something, and I swear, first of all, this individual is affiliate, not even partner, and streams with like an average of 20 something. So my point being is, okay, you got people to, oh, nice, sweet. You got people to like come to your channel, great. Well, it's up to you to utilize what you've known. Like, use your personality, be the fun-loving person you are, let it out on stream, because you need them to stick around, you need them to come back. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly. And that's the thing is, it's developing that organic viewer and that attachment that they have where they become an actual fan. They are no longer a transactional viewer. They're no longer just a part-time viewer. They're a fan. And when they're a fan, they'll watch everything you do. Anything and everything you put out, they want to see it. They'll watch the shit multiple times, and that's what you're looking for. Is developing like actual true fans, that people that absolutely love what you as a content creator, or I or Mass or whoever is doing, so that they are going like, hell yeah, you know what? I'm going to watch that video for a third time because I loved what he said at fucking 2 minutes and 16 seconds or whatever the fuck, And it's about developing that relationship and that difference of ability with these people and your fans and your viewers, so that you, one, can actually start making a sustainable income and living off of this thing that you love and that you enjoy doing, if that makes sense.
Well, and that brings up another good point. Now, guys, one of these days, Earth and I have been talking about this particular video that we are going to have locked and loaded eventually, but we are going to be forthcoming with my monthly income, or at least like some of my payouts. I would love to show you guys, I really do. But ultimately what I can tell you is you're not going to live comfortably if you're buckling down and just doing the Twitch thing. Just trust me when I say that. So the other thing you should be shooting for over on these other apps, particularly YouTube, makes a lot of sense to me, is another source of income. Even if it's a couple $100, guys, like that's what we're talking about. Guys, I don't think streaming and content creation is a viable profession. I simply don't. And I'll tell you why. It's because of these things. I think that we've already made it to a very, very significant, height in Twitch. And I can tell you, it's like, okay, we can make things work. Like I can essentially survive doing this, but most people aren't going to make it this far. Now, I'm trying to give you guys tools to say, okay, maybe they're not going to get well beyond partner with their numbers, but let's say they can tickle partner, or like ultimately they're getting a couple of $100, through their Twitch payouts. Well, if you want to like inevitably give yourself a chance to do this stuff full time, well, get a couple hundred more out of YouTube and use these other apps. Like use them to benefit each other. So yeah, I mean, I have to be honest. I like if I had a kid and they're like, "Oh, I want to be like you, Dad. I want to be a streamer." I'd say, "Shut the fuck up and play football." Like
go be a plumber.
Yeah. Go do anything else because like, and that was kind of a joke because like honestly, if I had a kid and he didn't play football, I would be proud and happy. I think football was really
it's horrible.
It was terrible, terrible stuff. Unless you make, actually, that's a great example. That is what this is. I'm like in a semi-pro league that like you have to buy your own fucking equipment, and if you win, you get a couple extra $100. And there's no in between. The next step is the fucking NFL. You see what I'm saying? The NFL, like so, like this is the kind of point I'm making. Is like I don't see it as a viable profession. But I can see that if you do things the right way, you have yourself a shot to maybe get by. You know what I mean? But oh man, the last thing I want to do is discourage a single person here. I want to desperately inject some reality that I wish I had from the beginning. That's all.
Yeah, no, and that's the thing is we're not trying to discourage anybody. It's more just like any of the other Streaminars. Like, hey, we are just giving you the tools and the knowledge that we have, right? And so we've given you a lot of tools, and of course we'll always continue. Like every time we learn something new, we're going to be telling you about it. This is just like, hey, there is some reality to this, and we need to give you the reality of it. Like it's okay, absolutely okay to do this as a part-time thing. Nobody's going to hate you for it. It's okay for you to fucking...
I love that idea. I love that idea of just like a little side hustle.
Yeah.
It sounds so much more fun.
It sounds more fun.
It really does. It really does.
It's just like anything else. Like we, of course, we want to encourage you. We want to see you succeed. We don't like, of course, we want you to try to go full time. But the thing is, like, just like anything else, you have to take baby steps in order for you to end up getting to the end goal and start running marathons, right? That's what we're talking about here, right? So the big thing is you need to take those baby steps. So you need to take the right steps forward so that you can succeed. Because guess what? If you just stream regularly and you get your transactional streamers, you can probably get 10-ish viewers, 10 viewers maybe, ATV, you know. And then maybe those are going to be your regulars, and maybe you can get CCV of like 15. But if we're talking like, hey, I want to be up at 200, 300, 400, where like legitimately at that point you are making a living, not a good living. You're making a living on Twitch and streaming. Well, you need to build the community by doing all the outside stuff to get funnel people over there. And so that's all we're saying is like, hey, this is what we've seen. These are the tools. This is the method to get us to go forward. Just listen, like we're plowing this path forward for you, and we're seeing what we're seeing. just hear us out, because we want to see the same thing. We want to see you guys in 6 months standing right next to Matt's Machine as a partnered streamer and soon to be monetized on YouTube, and doing good, or sorry, the red app, doing good on the green app, doing good on formerly Musically TikTok now. Like, we want to see you succeed at every avenue. That's ultimately what this is.
Yeah, and honestly, that's also again a good segue into, like, especially if you're starting off essentially from like ground zero. Let's say your videos aren't really hitting, and you stream to just a couple of people at any given time. Well, you're in a good spot to be able to pick and choose certain apps. And guys, y'all need to be at least multi-streaming with the green app in mind. You have to be. You have
100%
to be. If you want to end up like, again, let's say you have, you just want a little expendable income, or you aspire to do this. You say, hey, this looks really cool. I like what it's about. I like, everything that goes with streaming and whatnot. The green app, and I'm just going to say it once, Kick. I'm canceled. Is guys, right out of the gate, as affiliates, you make 95% of your subs versus 50% on the purple app. Need I go, like, I don't feel the need to go on beyond that. All I'm saying is that, like, in today's day and age, and that's the other thing, like, the most notable excuse I continue to get when I start talking about this is like, oh, well, I don't have a PC. Well, let's back things up because
you have a phone.
Well, you have a phone, but like, and I know Earth is going to jump right on board with me when I say this, but if that's the case, you have a new mission. Get a PC. Mm-hmm. That's it. And y'all don't have to agree with me. It's my opinion, but I time and time again, whether it's collabing with other people, whether it's something with Discord, whether it's multi-streaming, whether it's overlay stuff, or whatever the case may be, it's always the console people, complaining about this, that, and the third. I understand money's tight. I really do. But everyone can save. So I'm saying, like, okay, maybe you don't need a, $50,000 rig. I don't know how fucking expensive they can get, but
more than that, but yeah.
Oh, more than that, yeah. But so
they can go up to about $100,000.
Yeah, but like, save up for like a grand is like, is that a viable?
So the rig that you have specifically is about $1,200.
Okay, $1,200, and I can tell you I have yet to have any problems with it. Everyone can, now it's going to take some time if you are tight for money like I've been for all of my life. But that's not to say that it can't be your number one mission. Put that on the top of your list. Stop buying stupid shit for a couple of months. You know what I mean? But ultimately, if you want to make this your job, that cannot be your excuse. Oh, I have console and I can't afford a PC. Well, I hate to say it, you failed. You failed your first obstacle. You know what I mean? Like, you guys are like, if that's what you're telling me, it's like you say, okay, yeah, no, I see Mount Everest. Do you have to go up there too? Yeah. Well, man, those boots look nice. I wish I had a pair. It's like, oh, you forgot to pack your fucking boots. Like, I mean, I know it's probably a shit analogy, but you are already agreeing.
It is a shit analogy.
You're already agreeing to mount up to go on this perilous endeavor, and you decide to do so handicapped. It doesn't make sense to me. It doesn't make sense to me at all.
Exactly, and that's the thing is, like, all we're talking about, like, again, like with the whole PC thing that we talk about all the time, is set yourself up for success by giving yourself the tools necessary for the business, right? So if you want this to be an income stream and a way of a lifestyle, guess what? You buy the thing that's necessary for the business for you to succeed. And like, here's the thing. There are different ways of doing this, right? If you have a capture card, you can have kind of a dog water PC and still be okay. Guess what? You don't have to, like, there are also ways, like, if you are okay, if you're good at handling your money, because I will never suggest this for somebody that's poor at handling their money, but if you're decent at handling your money, there are ways to buy a PC, a pretty good one, that is monthly payments for like 6 months, 4 months, 3 months, 2 months, whatever it is. It's broken down, so it's easier to swallow that pill. Like, so, okay, like, if we're talking, if you can afford $100, $200 a month, well, you can get a very good PC that can game and stream, right? Game and stream. Now, if you're just like, hey, I only want to play on console, but I still want to stream from a PC, you only need like $300-$400. You just need a decent enough PC to be able to encode and send that information out. Because it's not trying to do 5 things at once. It's only trying to do 2, maybe 3 if you have Discord on there. It's not that difficult now. And like, you know, the argument used to be, hey, I want to be on console because of the exclusives. Guess what? That's no longer a thing. Steam now has all of the exclusives. They have everything from PlayStation and they have everything from Xbox. There is no such thing as exclusivity for PC anymore. PC has access to everything. And
Also,
like,
yeah, well, first and foremost, great Gracie Teal from Gatlinburg. Thank you for Gatlinburg. Thank you for the sub, Inverno and Thigh Knight. If you're still here, thank you so much for the raids. I love you too. Call of Duty Zombie, welcome in. Where were we? What was the last thing you said?
you can work up to getting a PC basically. And the reason this whole thing was talking about, hey, let's work on multi-streaming, because not only you kind of skipped one thing with the Green app. Yeah, like, sure, you can stream over on the Green app. One, there's 2 reasons you want to stream over there. 95.5 split. So that means it's a $5 subscription over there for somebody to sub to you. You get $4.75 of that $5 every sub. Okay,
huge.
On Twitch, the same level of subscription, you would get $3 for a $6 sub. So not only is it cheaper for your viewer, but it's more money in your pocket. Number dose with the Green app. It is the streaming platform that is growing the quickest at this point. So 2 years ago, Kick had 0.01% of the viewership of Twitch. Earlier this year, like in January, it was 26%. 26%. That's an incredible amount of growth. And that means it's a growing platform. So therefore, you have an opportunity to get in there now while it's early and grow your viewership much more organically than you will on Twitch. Because guess what? You have the opportunity to be the Fortnite guy of Kick, or the Final Fantasy guy of Kick, or the Call of Duty guy of Kick. You have that opportunity right now. And then the other part of multi-streaming, we're talking about multi-streaming to the Red app or YouTube. Streaming allows you to monetize quicker. It is the number one suggested thing from anybody that is trying to get monetized on YouTube to do, is to stream vertical and horizontal when possible. The reason being is every hour that you stream is considered a watch hour, and you need 4,000 watch hours to be monetized on YouTube. So guess what? If you stream 6 days a week, 5 times an hour, and you get one person in there, well, you're going to be monetized in less than a year. The more people you can get watched over on YouTube, the faster you'll get monetized. That is like why you should be multi-streaming, is mostly for the simple reason is diversifying your income streams. It's because here's the thing. So make this assumption, right? Mass, what happens if you get banned on Twitch tomorrow?
Oh man, for how long?
let's say for the rest of the month, 2 weeks, you get banned for 2 weeks because you show your blood diaper or whatever.
I'd probably get like half of what I normally would, which would be backbreaking.
Yeah, so it would be like, oh shit, I can't pay all my bills, kind of.
Yeah,
thing.
absolutely. I mean, I would go right to Discord and be like, "Hey guys, we're going to be doing a subathon when I come back."
Yeah, so think about that, right? That's another reason that multi-streaming is so important. Because guess what? We all slip up. We all do something dumb. We say something dumb. We forget our cameras on and start changing something, whatever. We've all made mistakes and will make mistakes on stream. Guess what? If you get banned on Twitch and you're like, hey, this is my main boo, this is my girl, and you get banned, well, what happens to all that income? It gets locked. That income gets locked when you get banned too. That's a lot of people don't know that. It gets locked. And if your ban is over that pay period, like on the 15th, everyone gets paid on Twitch. Well, if your ban is over that 15th, you don't get paid that month. So,
ouchies.
ooh, yeah, big ouchies, big boo-boos,
Yeah,
right?
yeah, that's big, yeah.
Yeah, so that's one of those things you got to think about it. There's so much that can be added when you multi-stream.
I have to also say that, like, if you're... You did say, what are you laughing before I get distracted?
Fucking Mr. Dumpling. That happened to me all the time. I changed and I forgot my cameras on.
Oh my God. I almost did that, actually.
Yeah. You actually had me go check the VOD to make sure.
No, you did say something about, like, when you were talking about multi-streaming, you said the exclusives. Like... That would irk me if that was someone's excuse of like, oh man, what's gonna happen to my exclusives? Like, oh yeah, like to me it there's always a reminder to me that like, oh man, people really are here just to play video games. Like that's why our Streaminars don't blow up. You know what I mean? Like that's why. Well, I mean, to be fair, they do pretty well, but. Ultimately, like I kind of had it in me, like especially with like how heavy or how streamer heavy our community was at least a couple of months, a handful of months ago, and still is. I thought there'd be a fuck ton of people because every single day we'd have questions of like, oh, how do I get my community off the ground? I want to chat like this, yada yada yada. I thought like, oh man, finally a day where like I can sit here and give everyone my thoughts and my experiences. But I think that's it. Like the second people realize, like, wait a second, this takes a lot of time and effort, and that doesn't sound fun. And well, what about my exclusives? Like, I like my Xbox. Well, I don't give a fuck what you like, man. We're talking about making this a business, like, and that's ultimately at the end of the day. Like, if you don't like that process of business, then it's not for you, because that's what it takes. Unless you are uniquely talented at a specific game, that like whenever someone within that niche jumps in and they watch it right off the jump, they watch you play and they're like, wow, like this homie has got it. Unless you're that type of streamer, then you need to enjoy the business end of things. And if I'm telling you guys, you need to, mission number one, before we go on, if you don't have a face cam, get a face cam. If you don't have a PC, get a PC.
If you don't have decent lights, get fucking decent lights.
Yeah, audio.
If you don't have good audio, get good audio.
But if anything out of your mouth is anything other than like, okay, maybe if you have some contention of like, oh well, I like not having a face cam because of this, or like, if it's something to do with like, oh, you think it's better for your business, then I'll say, I'll say, you know what, agree to disagree. But if it's something like, oh, my exclusives, oh, this shit ain't for you. This shit ain't for you. You know what I mean? It's just, I'm just lazy. I respect that, man. I really do. Listen to Tivian, man. This is not as sweet as we all thought it was. You know what I mean? I don't know what to tell y'all. I hope that most people that have been streaming that are in here can agree. Like, I mean, is this as sweet as you thought it was? Is it as easy? Is it as fun? Like, oh, it's plenty of fun if you're just sitting there playing a video game. Like, yeah, video games are great. You know what I mean? But like ultimately, to be successful, at least in this time and age, I truly believe you have to have a pretty fucking all or nothing business mindset, because at the end of the day, it's not COVID, it's not Justin TV or something like that. You are competing against literally millions of people, many of which don't have a job, don't have kids, don't have they have a leg up on the competition. And man, if that person's working a lot harder than you, I don't know how good your chances are against them. You know what I mean? So.
Well, and that's the thing is, like, that's about setting expectations properly for whenever you go live and your stream, right? That's why I even tell Mass this, and sometimes we argue about it a little bit, but it's just more like our ideas aren't exactly the same. It is, we talk about, like, hey, like, when you go live, this can be made into content. Well, every stream is a chance from new content. And you need to go with the intentions of that. Like, hey, if you don't have great amount of viewers, that's okay. Especially when, like, if this isn't your main way of making money, it's perfectly fine for a day to not have 1,000 viewers, as long as you're making good content from it, right? Now, of course, both of those together would be amazing, but it's okay as long as you are accomplishing a goal. And that's the thing is, like, remember that, like, goal setting is so important, especially in a business like this, because you are the one deciding where the finish line is. Nobody else can decide that for you, because you're starting your own business almost in your own entity of this content creation thing. You as the streamer, you as the content creator, need to make the ultimate decision of, hey, where's that finish line? Is that finish line 10 average viewers, or is that finish line 20,000 average viewers? Or is that finish line cat and lap?
She came up to me this time.
Wow.
Well, I think it's a good. We can use that as a segue to get into our actual topic.
Yeah. Sorry, that was 2 hours of fucking diversion.
I mean, honestly, I think that is the most important topic at hand, is people realizing the importance of being overall content creators and stop putting such an emphasis on streaming. It is a mistake. I don't have a magic number, but if you're streaming for like 7-8 hours, like 5, 6, 7 times a week, you're doing it wrong.
Yep.
But when we spoke of, we talked about, like, what should be first on your list. Well, let's start with our device. Okay, so we agree that we want to go PC. Okay, like that is the camp we're in. We will not be talking about consoles because honestly, to be able to do this extremely difficult, to be able to traverse this extremely difficult career, if you will, it is just. I think you're nuts if you're going to handicap yourself.
It's like going into a boxing match with one arm and both your legs tied behind your back. Like, you're probably going to get fucked up.
Right. Now, so I had a PC. I'm actually looking at it right now. It's kind of dismantled, but this PC I couldn't multi-stream with. And even when I wasn't, it would lag at times. And that's where I guess we can start, is what turns people off almost immediately when they jump into your stream. Lag, performance issues. If there's a pixelated, laggy stream, it's, for me personally, it's unwatchable.
Yeah, honestly, like lag is one of the biggest things. So that's why you want to like double check your speed test. You want to look into the amount of your bit rates and stuff like that, and make sure you're putting out good. And also, like, there's when you're talking about looking deeper into your encoding, but lag is one of those huge ones that will turn a lot of people off. The thing that kills me every time, audio. If it is bad audio, and we're not talking just like, oh, hey, your mic's a little pixelated or a little fucked up. That is part of it. But like when you have a boombox 50 feet away in your neighbor's backyard in down under earth, and you hear in like from fucking 4 miles away, that's horrible, guys. Like, fix that. Don't have a Bluetooth speaker in the background. Nobody wants to hear that. The game has audio. They want to hear the game audio in you. Maybe some lo-fi beats in the background if you're on PC, and run it through that way. Like, having good audio is so fucking important. So important when you're talking about streaming. It is probably, again, make sure that you're capable of streaming, right? So good enough internet, decent enough, whatever you're streaming off of. We're going to say PC. Second thing is audio is the most next important. Like, absolutely nobody wants to have their ears blown out by whatever music you're listening to, or they don't want to hear your goddamn smoke alarm going off in the background, change the goddamn battery, or 18 kids screaming in the background. Granted, the kids, understandable, that one you can't always control. But the rest of that stuff you can control. You can fix that. There are ways to fix those things, and it's looking into that, right? What's your next pet peeve there, big guy?
Well, I'm going to stick to audio just because, because I can. But it just came to mind, like when all this auditory stuff, because I think that we're very visual people, so like there's a million things going on on the screen. And it's very easy to say, at least for me, to identify issues of lag. Another visual issue is overlays. I personally cannot stand these overlays that take up 50% of the screen. And I view almost exclusively on my phone, which is a max, by the way. But still, if the gameplay is this big, it is, it's so annoying. But I'm really not, if that's your cup of tea, you like being artistic in that way, and you like to you like to be an individual in that sense, and by all
Try
means,
and take up less of the screen.
There you go. Thank you. So there's a lot of visual stuff, but with audio also, I would say mic discipline. Is that a good way of saying it? Not just yours, but also the people that you decide to hang out with or collab with. Now,
yes, sir.
That is a pet peeve of mine, and I'm such a people pleaser, and I'm so afraid. I just simply don't want to step on toes, so you'll see me just deal with it. But I have flaming ADHD, and if someone is talking about nonsense while I'm sitting there trying to talk to chat, I'll just have to. I have to wait till they're done most of the time, and that's fine. What isn't fine is when I'm a viewer and I jump in and I'm trying to watch a specific streamer, because that's I don't really care for gameplay. Typically, I'm watching the streamer, and I hear some random person talking over them or just chattering about nonsense. It's a turnoff.
Yep.
So I mean that's another thing is mic control, not just yours. Don't be a dick, know what it is to use push to talk and all this stuff. But also, keep in mind, it is your stream. You should be the superstar. You are the product. You should be front and center. If someone is talking, it better be related to the game or the conversation you're having with them. Otherwise, it's just not a good sound to hear from the viewers that are there for you and only you.
Oh, yeah, and that's one of those things. There's nothing worse for me when there are, you're streaming and you're talking to chat, and then you have somebody, oh yeah, I was baking potatoes earlier today, and What the fuck's potatoes got to do with the goddamn? We're playing Fortnite, dude. Like, what are you talking about? And like, it's one of those things. Like, understanding that, like, hey, you need to be specific on who you stream with, right? And who you choose to make content with, because guess what? That person can be an additive or they can be a subtracted. Most of the time they're subtracted. They're taken away. They're making the viewing experience worse. But there are a special few that make it way better. Make the viewing experience way better because they're funny. They say weird things. They're awkward. They're good at the game. Whatever it may be, they add to it. And you have to be selective of those people to make sure you avoid some of these pet peeves.
Yeah. Also, when thinking of, and this actually came to mind today, actually, as I was fiddling around with editing a couple videos. You know what else really sucks? When you have a pretty rock solid clip and you hear the most dumb, irrelevant conversation happening in the background, and you're sitting, obviously you're sitting there. I was just like, I don't think I was saying anything, but like, there's just this chatter of like irrelevancy and like, I can't even remember what the topic was, but I was like, God damn it! And now I don't know if there's a way. I'm not technically, technologically savvy. I don't know, Earth, is there a way of like just wiping out the chatter and like keeping the game volume, or?
Yeah, there are ways of doing it. It's difficult, but you can do it. DaVinci Resolve is probably one of the best ones to do it. Which is in editing. You can do it that way. Also, hear me out, guys. There are ways, if you set up your OBS in the right way. I'll let you say it. Say it.
Oh, thank you, Angel. Thank you for the 1,000 binger bomb. Love you, Angel. I hope work's going well for you. Thank you for the 10 bingers there, Bobby. Go ahead.
No. There's also, if you set up your OBS right. So OBS allows you to send up to 6 audio tracks. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I can't. There we go. Shucks. They allow you to send 6 audio tracks to Twitch. And then, like, if you're downloading clips and stuff like that, it will come with 6 audio tracks. So if you set your stuff up right, you can have game on one track, you on one track, your music on one track, which you shouldn't have on any tracks because DMC, all right. And then you can have Discord on another track. Well, now you have all these tracks separated, so now you can pump the game volume. You can drop your volume or pump your volume, drop the game volume, drop them off completely because they're talking about, fucking Barbieheimer or whatever the fuck,
Barbieheimer?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay. That's all right. That's some of the internet lore, and we're not getting into explaining that right now. But you can do that, right? And that allows you to make a better clip. And of course, like this is again, all this stuff that we're talking about applies to everything that we talked about earlier. This is just a part deuce of this conversation ultimately.
Yeah. No. And good input by Mr. Havoc. So you essentially said it with like, you guys have to be worried. We always have to keep in mind that. So there's a gambling act here when you play music. Now, you can have it to where the VOD will mute the music, which is great, but then it mutes everything. So essentially, like, that stuff's unusable at that point, unless you like clip it, right? I don't know.
So there's 2 ways of doing it specifically. Twitch is a little bit easier for doing it. You can have a excluded audio track for Twitch, which means you won't be sending that audio for the VOD because you're sending 2 streams to Twitch at any time. You're sending your stream and you're sending the VOD stream. Both are separately done, so you can do that also. But there's an issue. YouTube doesn't do it in that way. That's not how they do their encoding. They do their encoding in a separate way. So that means when you send it over, it will mute parts and it will copyright claim your shit. And you got to be careful of that. Like, because guess what? Some, hey, maybe an independent artist doesn't give a shit. Sure, you can listen to them, or like certain specific ones, they'll be fine. But I'm telling you right now, K-pop and fucking Japanese artists don't fuck around with, man. Holy shit, do they hate you if you play their shit.
Well, and that's the thing, is the balancing act of, if you're just jamming out yourself, like, just stop. Like, you know what I mean? But, like, there is a time and place. You'll hear us play music. And that typically is I think it's time to vibe out, or, like, it is time to amplify the hype, or whatever the case may be. But ultimately, if you can avoid it, it's best to, when it comes to music. Now, another thing I still see time and time again, which is bewildering, is music that is played from, it sounds like a stereo in the back of the room. I mean, guys.
No, we're old. Stereos aren't a thing anymore. We're too old for that. It's a Bluetooth speaker, dog.
Oh, my bad.
Don't be getting all Ohio up in here, skibbity.
My bad, fam. Yeah, well, whatever the fuck it is, stop. Skibbity stop.
Skibbity stop.
What's a stereo? Boombox. Yeah, that's what it said. Boombox.
RCA receiver. Yeah, Chef Chippy gets it.
No shit, dude.
No, like, stop having, like, clean your audio as much as possible. Like, legitimately, like, that means if you need to, get a better mic, right? That's a great thing about having a PC when we're talking about always PC streaming, is you can get an audio interface. Like, legitimately right now, like, I can hear my kid running around in the kitchen above me right now. But you guys can't hear it.
Who's going to be getting a spanking?
Oh, yeah, he's going to get beat.
He's going to get it. Yo, GTX, thank you for the raid, homie.
Yeah, and that's, like, one of those things, like, legitimately just, like, set up your audio, as best as you can, because that will make the streaming experience way better. So now we talked about lag. We talked about audio. What's the next most important thing? And the answer is...
Alex Straza.
Yes, Alex Straza is the most important thing. If you don't have an Alex Straza, you are failing at streaming, sir.
She has been the cornerstone of our success.
Yeah, I honestly, I can't get up in the morning without being like, God damn it, what would Alex Straza do?
I'm up in the morning because of her. If you get my drift, you know what I'm saying? Full mask, baby.
Absolutely.
Yes, spankings.
Wild Wise Witch
spooky.
is correct.
Yo, trying is sad. Thank you so much for the raid, homie. I appreciate you, bro. Well, so I was gonna say, like, also, I mean, just to, like, round off audio, is, so you want it as clean as possible, like you said. In other words, the only thing coming out of your stream should be you, the gameplay, the game sounds, maybe a song if it's relevant, if it's fitting. So what do we come to next is what comes out of your mouth, and boy, is that a topic.
Oh, yeah. Keeping, yeah. I mean, that one's a tough one because it really depends on your audience, right? And depends on what kind of audience you're trying to cultivate. Like, you need to be careful of the language that you're using, because depending on the language you're using is who's going to associate themselves with you. And you may or may not like those people being associated with you. So that's what he's talking about there. But that's also, that goes back into the second part of, like, hey, who's the audio with you? You have to be careful what they're saying also. So you don't want some guy that, is dropping the N-bomb every 4 seconds that, on your stream, because guess what? Maybe some people don't like that. They don't want to hear that. Well, you're turning customers away. And that's ultimately, your audience is your customers. And you don't want to be turning anyone away as much as possible.
Yeah, for sure. The other thing is like, so one thing you got to be very careful about, where I feel like I've seen a number of people overstep a little bit, at least for my liking, is, like, what do they call it, like e-begging. I understand a lot of us do this for money. I also
Fortnite skin.
yeah, for sure. I mean, obviously, as a viewer, there's a lot of that. But like, I've even seen a fair amount of streamers, essentially put a very obvious amount of effort of like donating. Like, guys, I don't need a reminder of like, oh, I can gift a sub to your channel or Smasher. Oh, oh wow. And I can also throw you bits. Whoa! Cool. I thought you were the one channel on Twitch I couldn't do that with.
Yeah.
Guys, it
right.
just it doesn't. It's okay. We understand, and there is a way. There's a way, but like, even if you are in the dumps, which a lot of us are, okay. If you sit there and say like, yeah, guys, I'm trying to, raise enough money so I can make rent tomorrow, or next week, guys. Unfortunately, it's just not the way to go about it. So, in my opinion, just stay kind of away from it. Like unless, if you want to put a reminder out on, on your stream elements, like, again, yeah, we still have like the one that comes like any support is appreciated, and it's a link tree with every which sort of cash app and social media app. I mean, that's about as general of a like hey guys, like you can help me out if you want to, but like when it's very specific and you're talking about unless you're doing like a genuine or let's say we're a couple of subs away from your sub goal. It's like, wow guys, like we did so well, we only have a couple more, like there's a certain way to talk about it, but generally it's just my opinion that you want to stay away from like making it known that you're there for money. I get it. Like, who the fuck isn't? Like, I understand there is a select few that genuinely don't really mind or even care about the money aspect, but that is not the majority and not by a long shot. So just know that people know you're streaming and you'd like to get some money. I mean, that's I think quite obvious.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately it depends. Like, as long as you're doing it properly in a right way. So like if you are doing that, right? So there's a streamer who got really popular on Twitch a couple years ago, then he got signed by YouTube, and now he's back on Twitch called Ludwig Ogren. One of the things he used to do is he would challenge his chat to some form of thing, right? Hey, if I do this and I accomplish this before this time, or I beat you at this or whatever, you have to give me your primes. One, that's not asking them for any money. That's something that they already have. And two, it is reminding them that they can sub with a prime, or they can sub in a different way without being e-begging. So he's e-begging in a roundabout way that is part of the content, which that is what people want, right? And that's ultimately what makes a difference. Like, is if you're going to do something like that, make it not intrusive. Non-intrusivity when it comes to something like that is so important, because like nobody wants to deal with an e-beggar, right? Like, sorry.
It's just it's not a good look, and like you said, there's a way to go about it. Like, that's why subathons are there. Like, if you really, really fucking need money. And guys, I mean, that's ultimately, I think that's another good topic. Like, not that we have to delve into it right now, but incentivize your community. That's something that we kind of got away from a little bit. That I think we need to start implementing a little bit more, just because of the trend that we're seeing. But ultimately, that's what like sub goals are for. Sub goals, bit goals, like all this. Incentivize, like. What better way to say, hey guys, I'm like really looking to make more money, instead of saying that, say, hey guys, if we reach 500 subs by the end of the month, I'll put a dildo in my whatever.
I'll start an OnlyFans.
or that. But you get the point. Like, you can, like, hey guys, I'm gonna, like, if we reach X amount of subs, like, I'll shave my head. I mean, you can bring that up as many times as you want, pretty much. You know what I mean? Like, especially if it's like, I always like giving the power to the people when it comes to like sub goals. You know, like when the hair, the costumes, like all that stuff. If you put it in their court, they vote on it, and that's unanimously like whatever they come up with. Well, now you get to kind of advertise it like as much as you want. Like how many times we were like, leading up to the mainstream, or was it mainstream? Because long story short, again, if you have a sub goal, you can advertise that as as a way of like incentivizing or like poking your community a little bit as far as like, hey, we reached this amount of subs, I'll do this. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, exactly. And that's the thing is like incentivizing your community to help you reach your goals is like super important. And it's also like understanding that if you just building that platform for that to happen. Of course, like this is a whole fucking Streaminar by itself of, hey, these are ideas, this is how you do it, this is why you would want to do it. Like this is a whole different, like this would take, again, another like 2-3 hours to really talk about and drill down on that topic itself. That's why we want, we'll move on to the next thing that like is so important as a streamer. Like then this is probably like legitimately the two things we've already talked about, lag and audio. The next one is going to be 100% interaction with chat. Like granted, like right now we're not interacting with chat super badly, but we are paying attention. Like interaction with chat is what will make you or break you as a streamer 100% until you get to a certain level. And none of us are at that level. Not a single one of us.
Yeah.
And like so understanding like part of the reason you guys keep coming and watching Mass and hanging out with Mass is because he interacts with chat.
Oh yeah, and honestly, we had TikTok is down. What the fuck?
Oh no, they banned you because you said YouTube too many times.
Do you think they did?
No.
I mean, maybe.
Maybe. Maybe it is TikTok. It is TikTok.
Damn, I'll have to look into that. Thank you, Bingers. TikTok didn't like dildo. Oh, maybe. We'll see what comes of that. What was I saying? We were talking about chat ban for the D word. Yeah, no, I know. I feel like I got a warning before from TikTok, but yeah, managing your environment trolls people that take over chat. Yeah. Oh no, I feel like I had a.
We were talking about like talking with chat and like interacting with chat and making sure.
Oh yeah. I thought with I remember this happened yesterday or the day before, but mushrooms that we've seen here for the last couple of weeks or so. She came in and said something along the lines of, "Hey, like I'm gonna go hop into another streamer's stream and chat with him for a while," or whatever she said. And I was like, "Okay, cool. See you later." And she came back like 10 minutes later or whatever. If that, it was like 5 minutes, and she's like, "Oh, never mind. He wasn't reacting to chat." So I mean that right there was like in action. Like this isn't like we're not sitting there like hypothesizing. Like this actually real life happened where like a streamer lost a potential viewer and we regained one because I interact with chat and he wasn't at the time. Same deal. It's like from the very beginning. Like I like the analogy of like obviously using the business aspect. This being a store. And viewer or chatters being your customers, you know what I mean? Like, now, unfortunately, with the lurkers, like, there's just no way of like knowing what is setting them off or not. You kind of just like do your best to go off the numbers. But when it comes to your chatters, like, no one takes the time. People give a shit about their time too much. No one takes the time to write something out just for it to get ignored. So unless it's to someone else in your chat, respond to it. I mean, it's just that simple.
Unless it has a specific at, fucking Bootyman69420, absolutely be like, oh, hey, fucking Dingledob92, thanks for coming in. How you doing, bro? Like, hope your day's going good. And if they, ask you what you had for dinner, talk about what you had for dinner. And, that's one of those things is, if somebody clicks that follow button, somebody subs, somebody types in chat, somebody subs, bits, donates, whatever it is, give some form of reaction, some form of interaction with that person. So if they're just chatting, you don't need to be super high energy. Just have a conversation with them. The only difference is you can only see their response. You can't hear their response. There's no difference. And then the other thing is if you're talking about hey, if they subbed, they bid it, they donated, and you're like, oh, thanks for the bits, or completely ignore it completely. Why would they ever do it again? Why? Even the big dogs, we're talking Kai Sinet level, Asmongold level, that have 100K viewers, still think every sub, every bit that they get, they still do that. So why wouldn't you do the same thing at your 3, 5, 10, 20, 30 average viewer? Why aren't you having a super, not elaborate, but just high energy? Holy shit, thank you for the fucking sub, man. How you doing? Thank you so much. You didn't have to do that, but I appreciated it anyways. Literally, that's all it takes. That's all it is. Uh-oh, he's still trying to figure out TikTok.
Yeah, maybe I'll just do this later.
Also, TikTok does not like any of those kind of words.
I know. I have to learn the hard way. You know this.
Okay, so you're going to keep trying to stream on TikTok and keep getting banned off of it every 5 seconds? Okay. Okay.
Yeah. So what Wildwise said as far as managing your environment, trolls, people that take over chat, etc. That is another good topic, one that we ran into time and time again, because ultimately, everyone that comes across your chat should be precious. You are stacking bricks. You want to build a kingdom, a whole ass kingdom, an ass kingdom, if you will, and it's going to take hundreds, if not thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of bricks. So anytime you deny, just push a chatter out, well, there goes, you're down a brick. So in my mind, from the very beginning till this very day, I view anyone that comes into this channel as a customer, as a brick. I want them to enjoy themselves here. I hope to get to know them better. I hope to hopefully create an environment that they're comfortable in and that they want to spend their free time in. Because again, like her said, time is the most valuable asset any of us have. If you do the unthinkable, unless you're in a state that allows the death penalty, what do they do to you? They lock you away. They take your time away. Well, again, people, whether they know this or not, they value their time so much so that they can't give a short video at the time of day more than 0.5 seconds. You know what I mean? Ultimately, what I'm saying is you should treat each and every viewer like this, like that brick that is that if something goes wrong, they're gone, and holy shit, you got to find another one. You have to keep stacking them. Well, unfortunately, a lot of bricks that come around aren't a great fit. But there's a lot of in between, a lot of leeway there. So we've had a lot, we've learned a lot. Some people have come in and kind of run rampant. They've talked about some stupid shit, and we've had trolls, and ultimately you have to be able to find out what you're willing. Well, it's like Earth said in the very beginning, it's this whole topic of what comes out of your mouth as a response or while you're streaming is very conditional on what you want your product and environment to be. And if you don't like people talking about religion, don't let someone come in there and use it as something to practice their sermon on. Also, they could just be a crass individual. Ultimately, it is up to you. But I don't know how much further I can expound upon that. But essentially, knowing what you want out of your chat is essential to know, or else you're going to learn the hard way, live and while you're streaming, which we did. There's been a lot of awkward instances, and this is again how we fail forward faster. There's a lot of things that are red flags now to us. There's a lot of things that Ellie and I have communicated extensively on, that she has my okay to slam down that hammer if like someone is just being unsightly or just downright fucking foolish. Mr. Dumpling, thank you for the tier 1 sub, brother.
Then you end up like
Thank
me
you,
and
Mr.
unfortunately forced to work off my penance of failing and not listening. So now I have to do this every Thursday.
Your penance.
No, but like honestly, that's
Shut
what
up,
the thing
slave.
is. Like, I'm sorry. You have to mitigate your issues that you're going to have with your stream by encouraging certain behaviors. Like, hey, we don't do that. Just snap down on it, or have your mods just snap down on it. And like, it's okay for you to set boundaries. Not every viewer is a good fit for you. Maybe a good fit for somewhere else, but it may not be a good fit for you where you are now, right? And understand that. And as you start to build that community, people start feeling the vibe and checking out the vibe and be like, hell yeah, this is how I want things to be. This is how I should act in this opportunity. And understanding that can make the difference on whether or not you can succeed, right? Because like, hey, guess what? Boundaries in chat is super important. Boundaries in DMs and all that stuff is important, because this is another way you're communicating with your chat. And understanding that, like, hey, it's okay for you to be like, hey, look, my DMs aren't open, or hey, like that chat's not okay in here, or encouraging certain behavior. Like, it's okay to do these things. You don't have to be like, hey, somebody came in, I'm a 2 average viewer, I need them no matter what. It's not that important, guys. It's not that big of a deal. Don't worry about it that much.
No, I mean, it should never. I mean, you should worry about it to a decent extent, but it should never compromise like the vibe and the environment and the product that we keep talking about. Like if someone in the chat is misrepresenting what you would like your chat to be comprised of, that's kind of as simple as it is. If you see something that you don't like in chat, it is your chat is a reflection of you. Look at it that way. You know what I mean? So if someone's sitting there screaming the N-word and calling people raw-rars, or what you call, I forgot what the word you used is, but I don't know if it's too close. But
slower, educationally underdeveloped. Okay, we'll go
right. Yeah, that. Like, ultimately, you cannot be afraid to pull the trigger, because here's the thing, and this is something that I had to essentially learn. But if you don't know who's watching, and you don't know what your other chatters are thinking, and if you let something slide, that dickhead might be safe. But what about all the people that like are actually like good people that you want there, that are part of your community, that are the actual good bricks? You might have lost a couple. You know what I mean? So don't be afraid to exterminate these bad eggs.
It only takes one bad brick to ruin a foundation. But Uncle Bad Touch actually has a something to add to this. Actually, kind of important. He's talking about. He asked like, "Hey, should I call out somebody if I look in the community tab and shout them out, or should I avoid it? You should not call out lurkers. Lurkers don't, like that if somebody's not chatting in chat, they're probably doing something else. They're probably busy and just listening to you, or they are playing a game. Well, you putting pressure on them to come in chat because you went, oh, hey, fucking Booty Man 69 420, what up, dog? Like, and he's lurking. That's not cool, because you are now putting pressure on that person when they're just here to chill and watch you. And you might lose them as a viewer because of that. So, like, it's understanding that, like, lurkers are, there's different rules for a chatter and a lurker. You don't, you're not in the middle of a conversation and then call up the president. Like what I'm saying, like, you don't just call out somebody that's not in the conversation. Now, they may chime into the conversation when they're ready to, and then you talk to them. But before that, just let them be.
Sexual activity and services, apparently.
Yep. Just because you said dildo.
Well, no more TikTok until 26. Fucking great.
Oh, no.
All right, well,
I'll actually have to pay attention.
We're packing it in now. That's it, guys. That was our best crack at being streamers and content creators, guys. I was Mass Machine 5000. I'll be seeing you guys around. Can't go live on TikTok. My Korean. My career is.
My Korean is ruined.
My Korean is ruined. Okay. Anyways, yeah. So, what else was there? There was a little message Ellie put out. Trolls. I guess we covered all that, right?
Yeah.
What else? I mean, so I do want to stress that, like, there's not too many things that you can, like, really kill your stream with, but it is essential to know what your demographic is. Like, again, so if you want to be and Earth and I, Earth called it hard mode, which I very much agree. Most people want to be a variety streamer. Yours truly does. And
hard mode.
And that is the most difficult thing you could possibly do, is try to play whatever game you want and your community will follow you. That is extremely difficult, because here's the thing. If you are a Monster Hunter Wilds, or Repo, whatever game that you, like, obsess over and that you think you're the best at, if you play that exclusively, there are going to be niche viewers. And I always think that, sticking to one game at first, I think is a very advantageous idea, because I think you can gain followers and viewership at an accelerated rate if you stick to one game. People are going to continue to see you. People are going to jump in. Like, the one channel I've seen skyrocket and actually gain partner through this process now tries to, the individual tries to stream whatever game they want, and they stream to like 15 to 20 people. I've seen them stream to single digits before, but they were like in the hundreds in a different game. Now I can tell you why, like, he can't bring his community anywhere, is because not only are they a niche crowd, but also, like, he didn't put in the effort to, like, make these connections with the people. You know what I mean? So ultimately, the point I'm trying to make is you need to know your niche. You need to know your product. You need to know your demographic. And ultimately, that's going to shape your decision making on, whether it's a game or how you conduct yourself. Like T1, I love using him as an example because he's so polarizing. He got big by rage baiting. I love Tyler 1 now. I can watch him all day. I love League of Legends. He's extremely talented. He's a little crass, and he's kind of a dick to his chat. I think it's funny. But he is nothing like he was when he came up. He's nothing like any of his viral videos were. But that is the angle he went. And although, it doesn't matter now because he made it. But I would never watch him back in the day, and I thought he was a fucking weirdo for it at the time. But again, he found his niche, he found his demographic, he wrote it the fuck out until he made it. And, you know, again, at a certain point, when you accumulate enough viewers and followers and fans, I mean, you can do whatever the fuck you want. I mean, T1 can go fucking grocery shopping right now and probably stream to a couple thousand people.
Yeah. Well, and that's the thing is, like, that's the difference. He developed that over time by niching originally. Well, granted, and also, like, you know, he was niching just by being on Justin TV, but by niching down purposely and developing content around the thing that you've niched into will help you grow, because now you're developing fans instead of transactional viewers. Like, that's ultimately, you want to niche down and understand that once you start making content around that and you become the content guy for, I don't know, fucking solitaire. Well, guess what? If you're the guy, everybody's going to go to you and they're going to come check you out. So it's about niching down and understanding that by doing that at first and developing fandom is much easier to transition those people over than not. No, and
that's 100% why I love the idea of people sticking to a niche game. I'm not saying like, oh, okay, well then, Mass, I'm gonna exclusively stream Fortnite. No. I'm not talking about getting buried in a category here. I'm talking about reaching for a niche. And like he said, like, I mean, Justin TV, like, essentially, it is what, like, as a streamer, you're in a niche. You know what I mean? Like, no one streamed at the time. But furthermore, like, if he was, you know, exclusively League of Legends, I mean, there comes a time where, like, you know, that anyone watching League of Legends is going to run into T1. You know what I mean? And the most challenging thing when it comes to this side of streaming and content creation, by far, is exposure. That is easily the hardest thing when it comes to trying to build your brand and trying to gain the viewership that we're all after, is exposure. I mean, it is so difficult. Like, I built an Instagram to, I mean, it's nothing to be proud of, but, you know, 25,000-ish followers, and ultimately I thought that it was going to be enough to get my Twitch off the ground, like, kind of right off the jump. But I'm telling you, it's not the case. Like, it was a completely different demographic. They don't give a shit about video games or anything like that. Ultimately, you are after exposure, and you're not going to get it streaming to a couple of people on Fortnite, unfortunately. But you can absolutely get it if you are, you know, playing a niche game. The individual I'm referring to, you know, was playing Foxhole. If you guys know anything about Foxhole, I mean, usually it's like, you know, I don't know, I think they have like routinely under 1,000 viewers at a time. So, and the big streamers within that category probably, you know, have a couple hundred viewers at a time, if that. So ultimately, like, go where there's less. Don't look at the last thing you should do, and what I made a huge mistake on, is looking at where the viewers are. Like, oh shit, man, like, dude, Fortnite has fucking 90,000 people on right now. Oh, great game to stream, I bet. Yeah, but, like, who the fuck is streaming in there? I mean, oh, one guy has 9,000, the next has 7,000, there's a couple with 5,000, there's like 17 with 1,000. You know what I mean? Like, you have to look at your competition first and then look at the viewership.
Yeah. That's the thing is, like, and that's when we're talking about, like, any of this stuff is, like, yeah, you can use things like Twitch Tracker or Solely Gnome to actually have, like, good indications and actual information on, like, best time to stream, best game to stream, and stuff like that. If you want, like, the ultimate answer, here's the ultimate answer. find a game that has a dedicated viewer basis. So something that has like a ravenous viewer basis. So Stardew Valley, Project Zomboid, and Kenshin, and then like not Skyrim, No Man's Sky. All of these have pretty very, very, very dedicated fan bases, and if you can start making content inside that dedicated fan base, utilizing things like X and Reddit to start driving viewership over to like a YouTube, TikTok, and Instagram locations, and then driving viewership from those over to Twitch, this is the best way to grow and actually become significantly have significant growth. However, that means you have to be dedicated to that game for a very long time, build a massive fan basis, and then on top of that, you have to start turning these people into fans of you so that you can start playing other games. And then when you start playing other games, you don't want to go, hey, I'm going to go from fucking Stardew Valley, which is a farming game, into fucking like fucking Outlast, where it's a horror survival game. These are not the same. You want to stay roughly within the same niche, and when you do that, you will be more successful.
Yeah, and I will say there's, I'm doing my best to try to stick on topic a little bit as far as what not to do in regards to like when you're streaming.
Yeah.
Now, again, this is a niche thing, but I personally think it's just a bad idea, and I'm going to I might ruffle some feathers. I don't mean to offend anybody. It's something that I actually did when I first started out, and I kind of like I kind of scratched my head as to like why I did, because like typically when I see it, it's just I just don't like the look. But if you're ripping bongs and pieces and joints like on stream, just know that you are cutting people out. And the people, and there is a group of people that like are like ultra 420 friendly, and like you might connect with them. Just like hitting a big bong ripper, you might connect with a pothead that's like, oh dude, yeah, dope, like cool. But just know that like more than likely, like I'm 420 friendly, like to my core. Like I smoke every day, like after I stream. But I just don't like the look of like that stoner, like, oh, let me like cook up a gnarly fucking ripper and start coughing on stream and shit like that. Like,
well, that goes back to an early one with the audio. It fucks your audio because you're coughing, or you have the fucking vape reading the fucking thing.
Vape, exactly. Same. The vape is the same thing. Like I quit vaping, but I totally get it. I get it, especially if you're streaming for a while. Like asking someone who's addicted to vaping to not vape, that must be difficult. But just know that it is a profession. It is, I hate to sound like a square, but like there's a level of professionalism that I would expect. And just know that, like, just know this, like if you fit this demographic, just know that you are cutting another demographic out, many of which, might be, some, people that you should be actually targeting. And, ultimately, like, I don't really view ultra stoners as like having deep pockets. So like, I'm not to like, what the fuck do I know? I don't know. But I just think you push more away than you attract when you just have these like heavy like stoner vibes and like, oh, for 420 channel points, you can watch me rip a bong. Like, okay, yeah, I've seen that. I've seen that a lot. And I get, again, you guys do.
It was cool when it was the first person, not the 500,000
right.
person.
And ultimately, at the end of the day, guys, like weed is like essentially legal. Like it's not cool anymore. I'm sorry to say, like I just told you guys I'm a fan of weed. But it's not like we're 16 years old and it's illegal and like, oh man, we sneak into the woods and get ultra high and then go smash some Wendy's. Like how cool and guys, it's just fucking weed. do you really need to rip it on stream? Like, do you really need to? I don't know, man.
Here's the thing. Hey, you gotta get up and go take a piss. Fucking rip your vape a couple times. Good to go. It doesn't have to be on stream. Solves both problems. You know, like instead of having to do it on stream and again doing that 420, you are pushing people away. You are pushing customers away, and that's the ultimate thing is we're talking about getting customers in. We're talking about not pushing them away, and that is one of those things, pushing them away. Heavy alcohol use, heavy being a stoner or a vaper, being fucking the one that's probably the worst. I would say is, hey, I use nicotine, but the guys that have the fat ass chaw and that got their lip half hanging out and spitting in a can, and you get to watch that on stream. Great, awesome, dude. It's fucking disgusting. Nobody wants to see that shit.
Well, and yeah, I mean, ultimately, even then, okay, you probably have some minuscule demographic that are rednecks that decide to watch Twitch before they hit the hay. Yeah, if one stumbles across your stream and you're spitting all over yourself and you have a cheek full of Grizz Winter, then you might have a new friend. But ultimately, we are talking about the pros and cons. There is, with any decision, a good example is, I think this happened a couple of weeks ago. There was an individual that, I was talking about, a bunch of people had thrown in their selfie on our Discord, and I was like, oh cool, I'll take a second to go through them. I haven't seen these people. I think it'd be cool to, as we're all talking as a community, it might be cool to show off the, the people that shared themselves or whatever. But before I even got there, someone jumped in and was like, hey, how long are you going to be doing that? Because, I don't really care about that stuff. And it just put things into perspective. It's you guys could be doing, it doesn't have to be smoking. It could be, you playing music. That simple. I'm going to play some Katy Perry. Well, for the most part, it might be good. And, it might be a net win. Just, again, think about that net. Think about what you're gaining, what you're losing. It's okay, we might lose, these kind of people if we do this, but it's going to solidify these people that are already here, appease them, and then hopefully attract more of those same people. See what I'm getting at? So that's just, again, kind of nailing home the whole, pothead thing. It's you can be I am ultra 420 friendly. I can't even tell you how much I personally I don't care how much you guys talk about you smoking weed, getting high, I don't care. I'm just merely saying that when you stop everything to rip one on stream, it's just when that's part of your identity. It's just not my cup of tea. You know what I mean? And that's what I want you guys that are. Because I know there are we have a ton of 420 friendly streamers. They even have it in their name and stuff. Just know that there are many other people, not just like me, but I'm about as open when it comes to weed as you can be. So imagine those that aren't. I mean, they're probably going to do a 180 and sprint the other direction. So it's just all stuff to kind of keep in mind while you're doing your thing.
Yeah, why don't we open it up to Q&A? We've been going for a while.
Let's do it.
Yeah, so if you guys have any questions when it comes to streaming and stuff like that, and how we've gotten to maybe content creation or whatever it may be, please throw it up in chat. Put 3 asterisks beforehand. That's the little star. Put some stars before. Makes it a lot easier to see in chat. I do appreciate that. We do have one ripped out real quick from Chef Chippy. He's been he probably had that shit fucking pasted somewhere. I've been trying to figure out how to pull my chat from PS5 to my OBS. If I use my headphones to OBS, the only thing I can come up with is either 2 settings of the headphones or double toggle the PC. I am correct if there's a way to pull audio from chat. Okay, yeah, there is 2 methods that you can do this with. Method 1, you get a second account and a second PS and then invite them to the same chat. And then you have what's called a mail-to-mail. So it's the one with the plug that jacks in. Go from the PS2 your computer, and then you can have it that way, but that's not the advisable way. Number 2 advisable way is Elgato makes a cable. It's called the ChatLink cable. The ChatLink cable will allow you to enable you to actually be able to do that, and then also you have to have everybody inside the party or whatever you are share chat, allow shared chat. It's that easy. GTX Rain. What's the best way to do an overlay? What is too much, and what is the best way to have your stream look great? Opinions, sir? You're muted.
Yep. Thank you. In my opinion, less is more. I really, I used to think it was like pretty cool to have like, you know, up at the top you see like your name, the subs, like your latest sub, all this other stuff. But more and more, I honestly think your face cam is like literally only your face cam is all you really need. You know, like if you want to add a sub counter, cool. If you want to add there are some that can be rather tasteful, you know, like if it's very minimalist, like again, like it is just like a thin strip that might say like your username and then, you know, the last person that subbed or followed or whatever. But ultimately, and this is just my opinion as a viewer, I'm not a huge fan of these overlays that have this thick margin to include the chat and stuff. Now, you'll notice that recently I added our chat to our overlay, and mainly because now we're multi-streaming. You see what I'm saying? So, like, I think it's cool because, like, if you guys want to look at like who's, you know, who I'm talking to, you know, like who in which app they're coming from, it is now available. But again, like in my humble opinion, I think less is more. I think people put too much time and effort into, and certainly money. Like some people spend like a lot of money on these overlays. It's kind of crazy to me.
Okay, so I have 2 things on that. So, just like anything else, less is more. Right? So only have what is there that is necessary to be there. So if you're doing a subathon, of course, sub counter is important. Shared, you know, having chat up there when you're sharing chat, that's important. But when it is just you doing you, right? You don't need 18 overlays. And the reason being is the majority of all viewers on Twitch view via mobile. Maybe not the app, but on a mobile device. So that means if you made yourself, you know, a third of the screen, well, you're a third of a screen this goddamn big. Like you're a third of a screen that's the size of a fucking can. Like, how the fuck are they supposed to see you? And that's the thing is, like, you want to be able to expose yourself as much as possible. Also, too, hey, if your chat's not that active, why does it need to be on screen? Probably doesn't need to be.
Yeah. And that's just it. Like, you know, I have to admit, like, at first, like, the first time I saw one, I thought it was cool for, like, 10 seconds. You know what I mean? That's about what it is. It's like an immediate, like, you know, first impression of, like, oh, man, okay, this person likes Gengar, or this person, you know, this person is like, oh, like, you know, you see a lot of pink and butterflies and unicorns. Like, okay, we get it. And then from there, it's like, okay, great. I have that much smaller of a screen to look at, and I'm like Earth said, I'm already on a screen yay big. You know, so not a fan of them. This is opinion, and unfortunately, we can't give you an objective answer. All I can tell you is that for me personally, I do my best to look at the people that I want to emulate and the people that I consider successful. And what I don't see is that. I don't see intricate overlays. I don't see anything. You know what I mean? I see their face cam. I always see a face cam. I always see a face cam. and I might see a chat, maybe. I think Queso has like a chat, but like for the most part, it's
a lot of the big dogs will have like a little bit of chat, like probably like 4 lines of chat underneath them.
Yeah.
But that's it. And like the reason being is people are here for 2 reasons: to see you and hear you, or to watch the game and see the game. So why wouldn't you have those up front? And that would be like, hey, I'm here at this car dealership. However, if you want a car, I have to go get it out of the warehouse in the back. Like, that makes no fucking sense, dude.
Thank you for the follow over there on Kick Israel. Does this mean I get to say all the platforms now?
Yeah, you can say where the fuck.
Oh, fuck TikTok. Yeah, so thank you, Israel_Pop01. Thank you for the follow on Kick.
Until the 29th, so 10 days. In 10 days, then you have to go back.
I think it was 26th, but...
whatever.
I do intend to go back to TikTok, unfortunately. God, freaking TikTok.
Okay,
Why do you
speaking of
have
which...
to be relevant? Sorry.
Chef Chippy asks, how do you do that? The vertical and horizontal streaming. FYI, he's streaming vertical and horizontal on YouTube, vertical on TikTok,
Kevin,
and Kick, and then fucking Twitch.
Sorry.
So.
Kevin, thank you for the follow, homie. I appreciate you, Kevin. Wait, sorry, was he talking about multi-streaming?
Yeah, he was asking how you're streaming vertical and horizontal.
Guys, Stream Elements. Shout out to Dragarius. Haven't seen him in a couple of days, but he had said something about Stream Elements multi-streaming, and I knew about Stream Elements, but I was using what was the one
you were using Atom multi-streaming,
which
bad
bad
can
either.
Be good at depending on how you're doing
it. Atom wasn't too bad either, but this has been, oh my god, just like too easy. I was suspicious, but all I can tell you is that there is a video that they themselves put out where a gentleman with an epic, wonderful beard goes through step by step how to set it up, and it's quite easy. All you have to remember to do, I think, at least I keep on doing it because I know it was a problem with Atom, is that you need to create a new stream key before every stream for your vertical. That way there's no competition because you need 2 different stream keys for the horizontal and the vertical on YouTube. Kick is automatic, and then what? Go ahead.
So that's a slight misconception. So technically you do that every time on YouTube. You always make a new key. Every stream's a new key. But the launch controls, so the Stream Elements actually handles that for you.
Oh,
so they generate the key for you and then put it in.
So I don't even need to make a new stream key.
Yeah. So
easy,
does it for you.
Even easier then. then I literally do. So all I have to do is then make sure all the boxes are checked, which they automatically are. You hit start streaming. Well, you got to hit start virtual camera for the vertical part, but start streaming, and then you put in your stream titles and the category you're in on each platform, and bada bing, bada boom.
It's so easy. The evolution, it's Stream Elements. Streamlabs is dog shit. Don't use it. Sorry, that's my personal opinion. Use Stream Elements. Stream Elements is like how he does all of his alerts and stuff like that.
You're talking about Stream Labs?
Yeah, they were asking Streamlabs or Stream Elements. Never use that. So GTX Rain wants to know on camera quality, to make your camera look bigger without covering up gameplay. Some of the streamers use overlays, good quality camera, the background. Okay, so the way you can do that is literally when you drag, if you hit and hold Alt, you can change the shape of your camera. You crop your camera so that way you're bigger, so you can zoom it in. You put it out at like 1080 quality or whatever it is, and then you crop it and make it small, and it won't cover up as much. That's what that little red box that shows up whenever you put anything in OBS. It's super easy to do.
Yo, thank you for the follow over there on Kick, Gary Bear. Appreciate you. And what's going on, Israel, over there on? Wait, was that on Kick, right?
I don't know. I can't tell.
Yes. Hello, Israel. Yeah. So, guys, anyone else who's looking to multi-stream, I definitely now I don't get paid shit from Stream Elements, but I got to tip my hat to them. I really do. It was so fucking easy. Just there's a video I did use on YouTube. Just keep that in mind. But step-by-step shit. Again, I say this all the time. If there's something that has to do with technology, with like setting up OBS or the multi-streaming, whatever have you, and I can figure it out. If you can't, then you really need to start rethinking your hobbies or your career or whatever, because I struggle with this stuff immensely. So when I tell you Stream Elements multi-streaming tool is that easy, I'm pretty sure it is that easy.
Yeah, so ultimately, GTX, just to answer another question for you. So Streamlabs is OBS. There is no difference other than a graphical user interface, or called a GUI. And it's a couple years old. So the things that OBS can do now is better than the things that Streamlabs can do now, because Streamlabs steals OBS and then they put their GUI on top of it. And so it's a couple years old and it's a couple years behind. So that's why, again, OBS is better, because you can do anything with OBS.
No, so GTX, that Stream Elements and OBS, that's apples and oranges, right?
Yeah, so Stream Elements is primarily alerts. They started as doing alerts, and now they've been doing plugins for OBS. And so they're just a plugin for OBS, unless you're using launch control specifically. So Rowdy has, wait, did we have another question? She said something about getting chat on screen. I know for me, this chat is Caster Labs, so it's the multi-chat, and it's very easy. You just have to open up a browser source and paste the there's a settings menu where you can paste the chat into that multi-chat into OBS. Is it the same for like Twitch and stuff like that? Yeah. So Caster Labs is that way. You can use. You can also use ProChat. ProChat's another way to do it. You can use Restream, but Restream's kind of ass. They're all kind of not great. Now, if you're talking specifically only one, you're not multi-streaming, so you're only streaming on Twitch, you can just use Stream Elements to do it. You can just make a overlay on Stream Elements, and it allows you to just have chat populate. It's super simple. There's a bunch of literally just Google that Stream Elements chat overlay, and you will see 18 videos telling you exactly how to do it step by step, click by click.
Yeah, Uncle Bad. I don't think there's really now. He said something. He's thinking about multi-streaming with Kick. Quick rundown of do's and or don'ts. This is the beauty of multi-streaming, guys. As long as you have it, so I'm spoiled and I have a wild wise witch in my corners. So between her and Aura, maybe like I don't do my titles. So like regardless of the game I'm playing, like they change it on any given platform. Just know that. Make sure you're always streaming in the category you're supposed to be, and make sure your titles are up to date. Other than that, that's the beauty of multi-streaming. You're automatic. You're literally like, that's why I say like, yeah, I understand that it makes no sense to stream to nobody, like to just play video games and stream. We talk about all the time, even though you having a chat that is a dead chat isn't a pass, right? Like if your chat is dead, you still have to create the environment that essentially will have people come and stay. Or not, obviously, like, you have to do other things to get them into your channel, but anyone who comes into your channel, if they just see someone, with their mouth open, playing a video game, chances are that they're going to see their way out. So you have to simulate those vibes and that environment. So you have to be active. So why not be active and streaming on any platform, every single platform you can? Why not? And that goes to the nth degree with Kick. I mean, Kick is, in my opinion, I don't even know. I think I can say objectively, if Twitch doesn't change a thing and Kick doesn't change a thing, this time next year, Kick will be the premier streaming service. I don't know.
Yeah.
I could be wrong, but like it's making less and less sense. And the people that will survive on Twitch and are going to stay there probably have already made it. You know what I mean? Like it's just there is an exodus from Twitch to Kick, and it makes too much sense. You don't have to fight to get more of a split. You have to fight tooth and nail on Twitch just to get a 70-40 split.
70-30.
Yes.
Can't get 110, buddy.
Oh, watch me. 70-30 split versus on Kick, right out of the gate as affiliate, you make 95.5. So, I mean, I know I keep saying that, but I feel like I need to be a broken record to get this message out to people. Now, especially if you're streaming to almost nobody, like, just make the switch, like, completely. Consider Kick your home base and multi-stream on Twitch. That's what I recommend. Really, honestly.
Yeah.
Honestly.
Well, and like, honestly, with that too, is like, understand that, like, yeah, maybe you don't have any viewers doesn't mean that you can't be accomplishing things. So you should be going into that stream with the intent of making content from it so that you can get viewers. Right? So it's, again, making intentional content that makes you want to talk and want to speak and be doing whatever you're doing will increase the chances of you making content from it that will get you viewers to talk to. It's a feedback loop. And that's the thing is, you got to feed that loop to get it to come feedback, right? So
wait, real quick before I forget,
yeah.
Didn't you also, so if you are to make partner, you also get an hourly wage based on viewership, right?
Uh-huh.
Big,
Yep.
something Twitch doesn't offer. But also, I don't know if it's going to apply to a lot of you. It definitely applies to me. I like the thought of getting paid weekly versus monthly. Isn't that the case? Didn't you say something about?
Yeah. I don't know if affiliates get it, but I know partners do get paid out weekly.
Okay. So yeah, I mean, it's something to keep in mind.
There's so technically on Kick, there's like kind of 3 steps. There's affiliate, and you can start getting subs. Then you get verified, is you have to get to a certain amount of CCV, and then do two-factor authentication and shit like that. And then number 3, the third one, is partnership. If you once you hit all those, I think it's once you get the verified, you get paid weekly, if I remember right. Which I think it's like 25 average
guys, especially if you're not raking it in hand over fist. Monthly sucks. Like, dude, it's like every time I get paid, I'm like, oh, it's a nice little chunk. Like, fuck, man, I don't get paid for another whole ass month, man. I don't know about you guys, but like when you solely rely on one source of income and it pays monthly, it's not great.
Yeah. So SBK said something I just want to make a comment about. Never stream at fucking 4K. Nobody can watch it at 4K. The thing is, you are outputting it doesn't mean that whatever you're outputting to can actually push that out. YouTube can push out 4K. Kick can sometimes put out 4K. Twitch can never put out 4K. They're just releasing that down to only partners. So don't stream at 4K. Guess what? Most people's internet can't handle watching 4K live. So you're putting out too much bitrate for them to download. So don't do that. 1080 is as high as you should go. Meaning 720 is perfectly fine.
Meaning you could be the Michael Jordan of streaming. Like if someone comes in and like their internet can't even handle it, they'll find the door.
Yeah, they cannot see you. Exactly. So Rowdy, you were mentioning about Nutty getting banned. So Nutty got banned for a specific reason from Twitch for a very specific reason. One of his panels had Kick linked out to Kick. Okay, that's the reason.
Yeah, that sounds.
That's the only reason.
I can't even blame Twitch for that one.
Yeah, that's the only reason. And so, like, here's ultimately, like, it's part of TOS. It says it in TOS. Hey, if you are going to multi-stream, it is perfectly fine to multi-stream as long as the experience for those on Twitch is not lessened. So that means not ignoring chat. That means doing the things that you should be doing anyways, not ignoring chat. Making sure they're taken care of, doing the channel points, talking to them and all this shit, making sure that they're taken care of and like they get the same viewing experience or if not better than the other places you're streaming to. It's literally just, hey, don't be a dickbag and don't be like, fucking like legitimately the whole reason was in his panel he had, hey, go to my Kick.
I mean, honestly, like that's like a 1-for-1 example of what's going to happen if some random person fucking posts their Twitch link in our chat. Okay, bye. Like, I get that, like that. I already feel like although I think it's kind of a dick move for TikTok to be this way, like I can understand where they're coming from as far as like talking about other apps. It's very in conflict with with what they're doing, but yeah, I mean, ultimately it's I really honestly would turn my focus on Kick. I mean, like I think about it this way: like if I did it all over again, a Kick would be my home base, and that's like if I'm being honest, I know. Well, we a lot of people we talk to here aren't Twitch partners, and they're still trying to find their way. Guys, just you're not starting over. Just do similarly as I am. Like, yeah, I mean, you guys know a lot of people, and you can influence them the same. Like,
well, and go ahead. Sorry.
All I was gonna say is like, I don't feel like when all you have to say is 95.5 is a twist of the arm. That's all I'm saying is like there's nothing else. It's like all you have to say, I feel like, is 95.5. You know what I mean? From there, it's like, okay, like you can get a 60-40 split. We had to bust our ass to get there, but even then, like, okay, you got to make partner first. Then you have to hit. I think it's 100 sub points 3 consecutive months, and then you make 60-40, and then. Good luck hitting 300 sub points in 3 consecutive months, and then you get 70-30.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many rules when it comes to the sub points. Primes don't count, gifts don't count. This only counts. That only counts on these days. Yeah, stuff like that. Hey there, Yellow Yana. Yeah, but like ultimately, like what we're talking about, like with any of this stuff, like sure, like hey, if you're a low viewer streamer and like you're below, I don't know, 2. And like one of them is you, yeah, there's no reason you shouldn't be streaming on. You shouldn't be making Kick your primary. But more importantly, the most important thing you should be doing is, hear me out, making outside content.
Yeah.
Because guess what? Nobody's going to be able to find you if you're not putting shit out there.
YouTube. Yeah, look at man. Now we have no females in the chat right now. They've all gotten up to get towels. You hit that lower octave and
sorry about that.
Say my name again. Hello, Twinsy.
Hey girl, hi.
Yes, Baba Yaga. YouTube guys, no, I mean, like, all seriousness, like, if there was a hierarchy of what message I want to get out to those that want to blaze the trail that we are currently on, make content elsewhere. Don't be exclusive to live streaming. Make content, postable content on YouTube. And, others, the more apps, the better. But I highly suggest YouTube taking that that first slot, so to speak. And then from there is, as far as live streaming goes, do your own research on Kick and actually do it. Don't be a lazy fuck. Guys, I feel like no one wants to look at this and say, "Oh yeah, no, this is hard work." I'm totally down to put my nose to the grindstone and fucking figure this shit out. I feel like everyone thinks it's this fucking, oh man, video games and chatting with people, how fucking cool, this is going to be great. And the second there's like, oh, research, brainstorming, what do you mean? No, I'm just going to play video games. You don't know what you're talking about. You know what I mean? Like, goddamn, like, just look into Kick, guys. Like, don't listen to us. Look into Kick. I think it's going to take you about 30 seconds to realize to get on board with what we're talking about.
Yeah. Well, and like, so GTX just asked, how much content should you put out? Is like you want like the
that is a good question.
The honest answer. As much as you can do sustainably,
without sacrificing quality.
Yeah, exactly. That's like.
I was getting into sustainably, okay? You don't have to cut me off there.
My bad, I'm sorry. I didn't just
No, so like what I mean by sustainably is maintaining content level, making sure it's consistent, putting out the thing that you can do best, right? So what we're talking about here is like, okay, you're going to maintain that quality. There's a minimum standard you're going to hit. Quality, how many you're going to post and where you're posting. Those are the content. Like that is your sustainability. And so building that sustainability is what will make the difference from you succeeding or not, right? So like right now, our level of sustainability for the Mass Machine 5000 YouTube channel, go subscribe right now, go watch all the videos, is that it is minimum 1 to 2 shorts a day, minimum 1 long a week. And that is our goal. That is our standard to be hitting. And do we fall short of that standard sometimes? Yeah, but not all the time. And that's the thing, is the falling short is a lot less than us being on standard, if not exceeding standard.
Yeah, and that's why like I really want to stress, that's why I say like if there's this hierarchy I'm talking about, like my message as it stands, it if you guys have been here for multiple Streaminars, which like at this point, I don't know, it is what it is. Like, goddamn, if we were like actually running a class, like, people would be losing out on their money big time, because like I think other than Cyber, who coincidentally isn't here today, like I don't know that everyone actually signs up, but it seems like every week there's like a little change in like what is, because it's so dynamic. What did you say? It's not evolution or de-evolution. It's
constant motion.
It's just like constant motion, and like today's lesson, which it has been for a week or two now. We just like haven't been able to do Streaminars for health reasons, but make fucking content. And guess what, guys? You're gonna suck at it, and that's kind of the point. Is like you should be doing content yesterday, because just like us, we're only a couple months in. Our content needs a lot of work, and the only way to get better at it is to fucking do it. Unless you have the wherewithal. Hey guys, like, listen, if you guys are independently wealthy, go get an editor. Go get an editor and say, hey, I want 3 shorts a day. Get a social media manager to say, hey, I want shorts being posted in the morning, the at lunchtime and in the evening, and I want 2 longs a week. You know what I mean? Like, but that's not it. Like, you're going to really go through some growing pains, and you might be only to get, you may be only able to get like 1 or 2, maybe 3 shorts out a week. But then you get better at it, and then you get more efficient, and then you can do every single day. And then you notice that, wait a second, I'm doing every single day, but the content, the quality isn't there. You start to refine your quality, you start to learn about trends, you start to learn about all this stuff. You look back, you realize you're fucking tripping over yourself the whole time, and you got to go a completely different direction. It's just the name of the game, but you got to get started now to fail in the near future, so that eventually, probably looking at like 6 months to a year from now, you're gonna start to have some noticeable growth on YouTube. Guys, it's a long game. If you guys came here for a short instant gratification, you guys got to cut that shit out. I mean, it's a long game, and 6 months is about as short term as you can get. Like, if you have a goal of like, now I don't suggest anyone, unless they have the kind of help that I did from the very start, I don't suggest anyone say, you know what, I want to reach partner, in 6 months. But I at least want you guys to have goals set on 6 month increments. Say, hey, in 6 months, I want to hit a max viewer of 25 without the help of any significant raids. And then by the next 6 months, I want that to be 50. And a year and a half from now, I want to make partner. Stuff like that. But guys, you have to start molding your mind into the reality that this is going to take time. And it's going to take time of doing a lot of the right stuff consistently and doing a lot of wrong stuff and learning how it's wrong. You know what I mean? That's kind of the gist of what we're trying to tell you, or at least what I'm trying to say, if it makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, like, especially with the goal, like this, that is a very poignant and important thing to take note of. Like, legitimately, you guys should be doing this. I want every one of you that are trying to be content creators and trying to succeed at this, I want every one of you homework, like, legitimately, to, like, tomorrow, post it in the fucking Discord in the selfie real life for, like, the hobby section, because I want to see this. I want you to write down today, like, in your phone, on a notepad. Like, I like notepad because it goes to my head better. Write down the 3 content creators that you believe in, like, that you want to emulate, right? Write their names down. Next thing, you're going to write 3 to 5 goals that are tangible, so that can be affected directly by you. So that means going live every week, fucking eating better, posting content, 3 times a week, fucking these things, like things that you can directly affect. And then I want you to write 3 to 5 goals that are intangible. So these would be goals like, hey, I want to hit partner in 6 months. I want this, and I want you to do this for the goals of this year, 1 year. And so that way you can work towards those goals. And if you succeed at working towards those goals, it is giving you that leg up and pushing you forward. So if you are taking this seriously and you want to succeed in this, and you can't do that, like, this isn't for you. Literally, if you can't take the 30 seconds, it's not for you.
I have to say, I really like this idea, just because I want to, and I'm going to write this down myself, I want to give out homework for a particular reason, because I do want to, learn how committed this community is, because at first I thought we had a lot of people that really, are really hungry and really driven and have, an acute amount of ambition that, that's why these came around. Like, I give a fuck about the people that have helped me. So Thursdays at 8 p.m. is a time where I put my grind on pause. It's where I break off brand, and this is where I just bullshit with my friend about what we've learned.
Oh, we're friends.
Yeah. Yeah. Not now, dude.
Sorry. I'm sorry.
But honestly, like, I hope you, like, I hope people, okay, Devolution wrote it down, but, because, like, honestly, like, there's one person that comes to mind. And again, like, he's coincidentally not here. Like, Cyber has been rock solid, and I'm extremely grateful for him, because, again, this is something that we do as a way to give back. And, I'm not, the last thing I'm doing is trying to get a pat on the back or anything like that. But it is a little discouraging and somewhat annoying to go week in and week out on a daily basis, getting people asking these questions that are very valid. like, hey man, I've really been struggling, like, or hey, I'm new, like, how do I do this? How do I get my channel to do, all of these questions that I would love to help people out with, but then Thursdays at 8 p.m. comes around and virtually, a fair amount, some people show up and actually have good questions, but ultimately it would be, it is something that I think would be cool if it was like a niche that we could, like a subcategory of this brand would be like, hey, like, that's kind of how I had it in my mind, is like there will be a subgroup, many of which, like, I mean, this whole community was founded upon, streamers, and that like this, every Thursday there will be a certain group, like, very familiar names that come around, and maybe we'll pick up more along the way, but it just hasn't been received well. It hasn't been bad. I don't want to come off like I'm complaining, but I genuinely want you guys to know that this is our time to help you guys out, literally the best we can. We are doing our best to give you the juice. Now, unfortunately, anyone who's here for the first time can understand that there is no juice. Unfortunately, it's doing a lot of things wrong and finding out why they're wrong and then doing them right and then being consistent on that and coming out to find out that it's a long game and it takes a lot of hard work. But again, there's within that, what I just said, is a lot of things done wrong that we've learned why they're done wrong and how we've adjusted. These are the nuggets that I would have loved to have when I first started out. So anyways, I don't know if we had a question amongst my ramblings.
No, I don't.
Yeah,
see
what's up,
anymore.
Smokey? Well, yeah, I mean,
I don't see anymore. Just make sure, guys, like legitimately, me and Mass want to see this homework, and like I think this might be something we might start doing going forward, is asking for a little bit of homework at the end of it. Like, I think next week, what the homework will be is we want to see a clip. And that's just shit. Like, we want to see you guys start putting these things that we talk about into action so that you can start succeeding also. So that means, like, the simple of setting goals, it's a business plan. That's all we're asking for, is a simple goal list so that we can see this and see how serious you guys are about this stuff.
Yeah, no, and that's ultimately what I'm starting to learn more and more of. I think there's a very acute number of people that step foot into this arena that refuse to let go of the dream. Now, I've let go of the dream as it stands. Now, I have it in the back of my mind, and for me, it's like on the tippy top of a massive mountain that I'm trying to climb. But some people just don't see the mountain. They're like just in reach. They're like an inch away of that dream, and they're like, oh, all I got to do is be consistent or something. Like, this is the harsh reality that I will continuously try to shove down each and every one of your throats, is that it's hard work and it's a long game. And the more people turn their back to that concept and really, don't show up and don't actually put our practices into motion, I mean, it's just more, it's more telling as to, like, yeah, I mean, a lot of people, I guess you guys just like playing video games, and again, I don't want anyone to think like I'm talking to them directly, because just like always, I'm probably, I'm talking to the good kids in the class who actually showed up to class, and the people that, are constantly in my DMs or like, in the lives, or like, ultimately, it's very telling when we get these kind of questions day in and day out, and we got no shows. It's like, well, I don't know what you got going on, but it's obviously it's more important.
It can be frustrating for us to be giving out like a little bit of the sauce, a little bit of the secrets, the inside baseball, if you will, when you have people that ask these questions. We tell them, hey, Thursday, come back Thursday, you can ask anything you want about content creation. We will tell you everything we know, and even more, because like I don't know about Mass. Actually, I know Mass does this too because we obsess over this stuff. But like, you know, we come up with on Sunday, we'll come up with like, hey, this is what we're going to talk about. And then I spend pretty much the rest of the week going through like, okay, what do I know about this? Well, okay, let me fill in the gaps of what I don't know about this. Let me research this. Let me watch podcasts. Let me read articles. Let me read a book. Like, I spend hours researching this stuff, so you guys don't have to. Like,
I mean, like, I genuinely, you know, there might come a day where we can actually sell. The only reason this wouldn't sell like hotcakes is because, you know, we're nobodies. You know what I mean? Like, in the grand scheme of things, like, doesn't matter what I'm ranked on Twitch. Like, you go ask your next door neighbor who the fuck Bass Machine is, they're not going to know who the fuck I am. So, like, I'm a nobody talking about, like, hey, come learn how I made it this far. It's like, made it what far? Like, you make fucking, you know, again, I don't know when, but, like, I am excited to eventually make that video on our payouts.
So at the track we're going right now, so it'd be September, October, like first week October. Last week of September is roughly where that should be in the content plan. Yeah, that's like, here's the thing is, guys, we talk about this stuff enough that in my head and me and Mass have discussed a lot of this stuff. We have content planned out for the next 6 months, roughly. Like, you know, between like, hey, we're going to do this video around this time, this video around this time, we're going to do this video. We have shit planned out that far ahead. Like, I understand that probably sounds fucking crazy to you, but like that's what we, you know, that we obsess.
Yeah, no, and honestly, like, I think if I'm being 100% honest, which, you know, I do my best to, I think you have to have that bit of obsession. I think you have to be a little bit obsessed. I think you have to be a little delusional, and I think you have to have that dog in you. You know what I mean? Like, guys, this is, anyone can buckle up and go start streaming. You are competing with an obscene amount of people, and there are a fuck ton of people that I'm sure that I'm, unbeknownst to me, I have no idea who these people are, but I am competing with people on a similar plane, and they probably don't have fucking depression. They probably know a lot more about computers. They're probably way better at Fortnite than I am. They might have bigger boobs than me. Yo, Master Z with the raid. So, you know, ultimately, I think it takes a heck of a lot. And I'm not saying that, hey, if you don't have all of these aspects, you're fucked. But I am saying that you can win the long game. This is something that, like, I don't, you know, how many times I've heard about, like, Jinxie's story of, like, oh, it took him, like, you know, or, you know, he streamed to no one for a year or some shit like that. Like,
yeah, Jinxie was streaming to no one for almost 2 years, and he was posting 2 to 3 clips a day, every day, for pretty much that entire time. And then one popped off, and that led to kind of the rest of them popping off. And when that one popped off, he went from a 2-viewer Andy, which both the viewers were him, to like 15K in less than a month.
Yeah,
like after 2 years of posting, of course. Like,
and
so
that's
2 years, 1 month.
Yeah, so like, and that's what you have to look at it. You don't look at it like, oh my god, like he finally got lucky, like one of his lottery tickets finally made it through. No. That is the tip of the iceberg. This guy took 2 years of failing and making shit and learning his way until he finally put himself in the position to be lucky. You guys have to put yourself in the position to even be lucky. You're going to be posting content for a long time that isn't a golden ticket. It doesn't even have a chance to go viral. You're learning. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? So, like, ultimately, guys, it is. Oh man. Again, like, you know, it's a little heartbreaking because I know how many people enter this realm, this line of work, and think to themselves like, this could save me. Life sucks. I hate my job. I like playing video games. I don't mind being on camera. I like talking to people. I'm social enough. Like, but the bitter reality is like it takes it's a lot, and that's all I want to essentially communicate with you guys, is that this is a very arduous process, and you have to. I think I like the way I just put it. You have to put yourself in a position to be lucky, and it starts, in my opinion, with like posting content. You know what I mean? That's essentially the only way I see. Like, I don't really see a way of making it on Twitch.
Like, I mean, like, it's a much incredibly more difficult road. Like, if you get it with the right people and you hang out with the right people and you get noticed by the right people, like, you're talking, everything comes down to luck at that point, instead of you building that basis to take luck out of the equation more. And like, so like, that's you're just building that machine, so there's not as much luck. Like, there is ways, but it's very much more difficult.
Oh yeah, so I would say there's. So obviously, I credit. In a way, I credit other apps. Like, it's really weird when it comes to our story, and this is furthermore like. I watch videos of like Queso and stuff. Like, whenever they do get a question about streaming, and they, for whatever reason, take the 2 seconds to give some half-baked answer. Like, I don't know what the like how they made it. I'm sure like COVID or some reason, but like their reasons are always fucking dumb, and like there's no way that's all that's the only thing in the equation. But when I think about my journey, like, again, like, I had built a Instagram that was well above average, but still very much a nobody. But what it did was I got enough of a following to where it probably took 20,000 plus followers to where like I was lucky enough to have a Wild Wise Witch. So it's kind of weird because like I want to say, you know what, like we just, Aura and I, through networking and streaming a fuck ton, like we got partner exclusively on Twitch, but we don't get partner without Wildwise, and she came from Instagram. So like, ultimately, I don't see Twitch as a viable platform to make it on. And where was I going with that? Oh, like, essentially, like, I think that the process needs to have YouTube in it. It just has to be part of your process. It just has to be. It has to be. It simply has to be. Like, if you want to do this, if you want this to be the dream that you want it to be, that most of us think of it as, you have to be a content creator. Now, you can streamline things. You can very easily take clips from your stream. And I think, honestly, streaming with the intent of coming up with clips, I think has made me a better streamer. I believe. And I think you guys
definitely more entertaining.
Yeah, so it's two birds with one stone. Make yourself a better streamer because you are streaming with the intent of getting clips out of it. But guess what? Your day has just started. Get the fuck off of streaming. Stop streaming for 6+ hours to 1 or 2 people. Get your clips. Start editing them and get them out. At least one short a day. I mean, start there. I mean, that's a start. But I can tell you, I didn't do that. I saw this whole thing as a business from very early on. So from there, I said, you know what? Just like any business, I need help, and I need a lot of it. I still need a lot more. We still need more employees, But I was very lucky to have a couple of people that were able to view it the same way and said, okay, cool. Someone has to be in the role you are. Someone has to be in this role. Someone has to be in that role. And they were okay saying, you know what, like I don't need to be or even want to be, the streamer and all this. And I can see why. I would love to pass the torch to one of them on any given day. Believe me, holy shit. But ultimately, the second you're able to view it as a business, and I think is when things open up, because that was, getting shit out on YouTube was always on my mind the unfortunate part is it took me 6+ months to realize, like, holy fuck, like, doing this on Twitch is everything. It's all this shit on hard mode. It makes everything so much more difficult. Like, you need to get, like, once you get traction on something like YouTube, I mean, I feel like a broken record, but I feel like I need to be, because again, like, I think I say it once and 5 people hear it, and then I say it again, and then a different, or like this, another 5 people hear it, but like 3 of those 5 were there for the first time. Like, it's wild trying to get your message out on a live stream. It's not very effective. But yeah, not gonna lie, Twitch is hard as fucking, dude.
That makes it way harder, and the thing is also because, like, the way Twitch is, you can't rewind to see what he said, right? So that's why, like, putting outside content is so much more important. But like, ultimately, this is gonna be the last thing I'm gonna say before I'm gonna hop off and raid out to Mass. Is number 1, do your goals, right? 3 content creators, top the first list. 3 content creators or streamers that you admire and want to emulate. Number 2, 3 to 5 goals that you are tangible goals, so goals that you can affect. So that means, like, I want to go live every week. I want to make YouTube every week. These things and stuff like that. And number 3, the third part of it is 3 to 5 that are non-tangibles. So things you want to hit, like you want to hit partner, you want to hit 20 average viewers, you want things like that. Do that. Make sure you're making outside content and start studying content as you're consuming it, right? So when you are watching content from on YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, whatever it is, start studying it, watching it, and being like, why did this get so many views? What is so interesting about this? Why is there so many likes? You need to start asking these questions for yourself so that you can be a better content creator, so that you can be the next Queso, be the next Jinxie, be the next iShowSpeed, the Asmongold, whoever it may be.
Yeah, and I think it's a very similar concept as, like, what we preach for VODs. You know what I mean? Like, look at other people's, like, stay in your demographic, your algorithm. Like, I watch, I'm not a fan of this individual for no other reason other than just style. But, like, I watch a lot of Queso. I watch a lot of, what the fuck is his name? Kai. I watch a lot of, there's a third I'm blanking on right now. Fucking A.
Jinxie?
No, not Jinxie.
Destiny.
Mm-mm.
You want to just start listing?
Well, no.
It doesn't fucking matter.
Yeah, it doesn't fucking matter. The reason I watch these individuals, particularly Kai and Queso, is not because I genuinely enjoy their shit. I'm looking for trends. I'm looking for hooks. I'm looking for thumbnails. I'm looking for why the fuck is this viral, other than the fact that they have made it to the point where every ticket they put out is a golden ticket. You know what I mean? Like, their videos based off of their following has a pretty decent shot of going viral. It just needs to hit the wave at the right time. But that being said, looking at content that is certified and then looking at yours and objectively and critically looking at it and saying, you know what, either, and there are a lot of posts, like, Earth will put a post out and I'll be like, dude, that's, I can't really say what I'd change there. Like, I think that has a chance. And, obviously from a smaller channel, we have less of a chance of it riding a wave, but ultimately that should be your process of looking at shorts, looking at verified and validated content, and then cross-examining it with your own. Because again, like, you guys are going to put out glop at first. Everyone does. No one's a freaking Picasso right out of the gate. You know what I mean? Like, everyone's going to, you might start out with a decent potential, but ultimately everyone sucks at everything when they first start it. Mm-hmm. It is what it is. We're human.
All right. So I'm gonna read out. Thank you guys. Thank you, Mass,
Well, thank
for
you, Earth. Yeah,
having
everybody,
this chat with me.
Everybody follow the homie Earth Smasher if you haven't already. And yeah,
Yeah.
guys, remember the homework. We're gonna. I definitely want to remember that because I will be pleased and impressed if anyone actually does it. And again, this is something that we have been really honestly looking for some more regular participation because this is something that we wanted people, like-minded people, to come to the table. Like, this is kind of a call for like, hey, like, we're not alone. We would all love to one day like find ourselves in a fucking chat room and talk business. Like, this is what we like to do.
Well, I mean, okay, so yeah, I'll leave off with one story. So that's the Mr. Beast story. He was in community college, dropped out of community college, spent every day in his car on local Wi-Fi on a laptop in a Skype call with like 10 other creators talking all day about what they learned, what they figured out, what's good, what's not good. And so that they all could fail forward faster. And that's like, honestly, this is almost like Mass was just saying, it's almost like a call to the content creators here. Hey, who wants to join us on this journey?
Yeah, and I mean, it is what it is so far, and that's kind of like, and that's not to say like, oh man, like, you know, no one coming around is like, you know, saying we're going to shut it down. Like I for this reason, as long as other streamers continue to come ask questions, this will be my buffer. You know, as like, okay, like, don't ask me midstream for me to talk about a topic that literally takes fucking days, weeks, fucking months to like get down. And like asking, like, it's like looking at a fucking rocket scientist. A terrible analogy. I'm great at terrible analogies, but like asking a rocket scientist, like in the middle of what they're doing, like, oh hey, what's the one tip you would give for me to become an esteemed rocket scientist as yourself? You know what I mean? Like that's what it. You know, it feels ridiculous from the seat I'm sitting in, from the shoes I've walked in, to have a question of like, oh man, like what's the one thing you would say to like to help, you know, to suggest to a new time streamer? It's like, oh man, dude. Well, yeah, I'm gonna be. I will honestly do you a disservice if all I say is networking, or consistency, or give you some like half baked answer. That's why now it's like Thursdays at 8 p.m. You can ask me as many questions as you want. You know what I mean? Like, so anyways, dude, thank you, brother Earth Smasher. Always appreciate you, my man.
Yes, sir. Thank you, audience, and we'll see you again next week.
All right. Well, big shout out to Earth Smasher, and thank you to each and every one of you that come around and hang out. I don't know if I have to leave anything here. Nope. I appreciate each and every one of you that take this sort of stuff seriously. Jesse Games, thank you for hanging out. GTX, you as well, homie. If I missed any, Raptor, Gary Bear, you know the score, you know the deal, brother. I appreciate each and every one of you guys being here. Thursdays, again, it's something I take very seriously because again, this community was founded on streamers. We, Aura, Wildwise, and I fucking networked our fucking asses off. When I wasn't streaming, we were in other people's stream. When I wasn't streaming, or even when I was streaming, I would fucking have someone up on my phone. You know, I was like always doing my best to fucking network and running across as many streamers as we have. Through that process, the Streaminars were born. So I take them very seriously, and I really appreciate those of you that show up and do the same. Tell me how Mr. Beast made it big. This content when he first started was very boring. Yeah, so there's a number of things, GTX. So first and foremost, a lot of the old guard, we'll call them. So here's the thing. Like, I feel like people come in waves. You know, you have like Tim the Tatman, Asmongold, Moist Critical, Queso, Kai Sinet. You have all these people that like have been around for quite some time. the old guard. You know what I mean? Like, and I think they came back. They came about in a time that was like, COVID. A lot of people, streaming was a lot newer. There wasn't billions of people on YouTube. The competition was just simply not as much. So I think that's one. But aside from that, like, it's really hard to pinpoint because, his content was boring. I mean, I think he had even said, I think Earth Smasher had told me, he had said that he didn't get 300 subscribers, or no, he didn't get 1,000 subscribers until he released like 300 videos or something like that. So just another example of like how everyone sucks at first, I'm back, homie. Welcome back, Jose. It was great to listen to you guys today. How you doing, Chaos? How you doing, my boy? So yeah, it's oh yeah, no problem, GTX. Thank you for being here. Have a good night, bro. Yo, thank you for sticking around, Devolution. I appreciate you, bro. Have fun with your RPGs, homie. I sent you Whisper, if that's okay. Yeah, it's okay. Let me see. Is the timing pertinent? Whoa, that's awesome. Oh my God, is that a is that a emote? Let's just do. I'll do a little bit more Final Fantasy grinding, Ellie. Yo, what's up, car multiplayer, GG cars and custom? Oh my God, no, yes, dude, thank you so much, Swifty Goth. You are too kind. Oh my God, that is so awesome. I love it. I absolutely love it. I will ask Aura to implement this immediately. This is fucking sweet. Mass army with my face. That's so cool, dude. Thank you, bro. I love it, man. I'm humbled. You playing Fortnite? Hey, listen, Swifty. Our raids are a way that we can give back to the streamers as best we can. Streaminars are one thing, shoutouts are one thing, but raids are certainly another one. We always raid to those. It's an easy way for us to give back to the people, to the streamers that show us support. So as long as you're a part of us and you're active, and you're actively streaming, the raids will make their way to you, for sure. So no need to thank us, my man. That was our way of thanking you, Swifty Goth. No, thank you. I'm very excited to use this. This is awesome. Hell yeah, Artemis! I love those reactions. Artemis was freaking out a little bit. It was beautiful. I want to be a part of you, Duncan. Stop. No, I will definitely use this. I just got to find a way. Aura does all the emotes. I did 2 of them, and I can't even remember how I uploaded them. Whoops. Definitely, absolutely. Mark my words, Swifty Goth. That will be used. Love it. Yeah, we're gonna do a little Final Fantasy to round out our day. Car parking. We played Fortnite last night. We might play Fortnite tomorrow. Thinking about it. Dude, best community I've been in 6 years since Elder Scroll Online. Thank you. Oh, wow. Thank you, Devolution. That is too kind, my friend. We do our best. I mean, it's obviously my favorite community, but I'm biased. I think y'all are the best, and y'all are responsible for all the success we've had. So from Team Mass, thank you, each and every one of you. Thank you for those of you that continue to come around and support us. It, like I said, I obsess over this stuff. You know what I mean? So if you guys are contributing and helping out, and you know, even if you're just a viewer, it really means the world to me. So thank you guys. Yeah, in front of my friends, Duncan. Gonna catch up with you, Mass. Yeah, you. Oh my God, you are, Artemis. Holy shit! I think I'm only like 58. I'm out of here, y'all. I do need more emotes. Let's go. Wait, you're leaving me, Rowdy? The second I get back, I get into a game so I can actually chat with you. Good night, all. Yo, Dark Horse. Hey, did you get the raid? I did. Yo, Master Z, thank you so much for the raid, bro. I appreciate that, homie. Look at setups in your disc. I move my stuff around. Oh, I sure will. I sure will. What would you? Well, I guess I'll have to wait and see. Good night, Dark Horse. It's nice seeing you. I'm sorry if I missed anything you said, my man. I get a little locked into the Streaminars. Oh, I will cry, Rowdy. I will cry. This is the thanks I get. After everything we've been through, after everything I've done for you, Rowdy, after everything I've done for you, do you not remember? You're nothing without me. Nothing! Yeah, thank you for the lurk, Swifty. Love you too, Rowdy. I'm just kidding. You go do what you gotta do. Do what you gotta do. We'll be here for another hour and a half or so, dicking around on some Final Fantasy. Just trying to grind out some levels. Artemis and who else? Oh, Bingers is catching up, but that's a good thing. I think Bingers might not. I feel like Artemis is just gonna shoot past me.
I did not think that I would
Like,
have vacation.
not just catch up, she'll just be fucking gone. You need sleep? Sleep is for the weak, Rowdy. To my desk and added more room. The back felt more comfortable. Also, put my PC in my camera view now. Oh. When are you streaming next, Duncan? Tomorrow? You might do things with your console? Sounds dirty. Congratulations, by the way, Rowdy, on the PS5.
When we first met in Ishgard, I very nearly called you Livia.
Okay, Artemis. We'll see how patient you are.
Livia? Livia Sastunius? The tribunus who served under Gaius van Baelsar?
The very same.
Aye, she was my sister, though we spent little time together.
Damn, she reminds me of, who's that blonde lady from Game of Thrones? That's exactly who this reminds me of. Kick is down? What? No way. No, not Khaleesi. I wonder if they, I'm kinky toward my new getup. Oh, wow. Yeah, that's her. No. Brienne of Tarth. Thank you, Bingers. Yes. Yes, the badass with dude, she has armor and... Okay, what's going on? What happened with Kick? Like, I gotta... Is Kick down for, like, everyone? Kick's actually being really weird right now, in general.
the most painful round openers for Furia. Everything went wrong. And now they have to sit back.
Might be a side issue. I hope so. I mean, I got fucking banned for, or I got suspended on fucking TikTok already. Damn.
Bob is a favorite. By
I mean,
tweeting.
1272 is definitely overrated for Darkspur, right? Wait.
Wow, yeah, I don't know. Wait, kicking down, it's a lie. It's good? Wait, I'm up on kick? What the fuck is going on? Kick itself is that? Okay, I'm so...
Mission. It was believed that Alan
Yo, no
had
problem,
been
yo,
hurt
bro.
in the vault, and that
Cheers,
was
Smokey. I hope you're doing well, my boy.
Though I was given little information at the time,
It's good,
I now
okay.
suspect I was searching for the Kiwi but recently lost. And then I met Sir Emmerich.
You've been had? Okay, Raptor's still on it. This is weird. This has been a weird day. This has been a weird day. But I'm glad
'Twas his
y'all have
usefulness to my
experienced
mission which
said
prompted
weird
me to
day with me. I
approach it.
appreciate you guys. I
I soon found
appreciate your
myself
time.
traveling for other reasons.
Thank you, Artemis, Rowdy, Raptor. Some real heavy hitters in here. Smokey, of course. GTX is becoming more and more acquainted here. SBK, long time no see. Always a pleasure. Baba Yaga, of course. Duncan, Big Reggie. Zanitas, thanks again for the raid. Dark Horse, I guess I missed him. Hope he's doing all right. Yeah, I'm a usual now. Hey,
He
you're more than
too was a
welcome, brother.
prisoner of his past.
Come on, come all, guys. The goal is millions, so what
Yet
can I
unlike
say,
my
man?
sister and I,
The goal is millions.
he simply rose above it.
I'm going to strive to become partner. You and Earth have convinced you to strive more. I like that, Rowdy. Good. I mean, listen, guys, I know a lot of what I say I feel like is harsh and maybe discouraging, but I promise you I want the opposite. I really honestly do want to encourage and inspire and motivate. That's what I'm all about. It's just this path, just like so many have tried before, is really so difficult. And I want you guys to know that before you set off on your journey. I don't want you guys to get smacked in the face with it like 6 months down the road. You know what I mean? I want you guys to know this shit right out of the gate, and then you make your decision and barrel on ahead forward. You know? You're a total d-bag. What, me, Rowdy? Rig winch. Ahoy! Ahoy! What's going on, doofus? What's up, Chippy?
My sister fought for her convictions and for those she held dear.
Dark Horse was here. Yeah, I think I missed him.
So must we all.
But yeah, this is Brienne of Tarth all the way.
Well, I, for one, am happy to welcome a fellow Garlean to our merry band. Especially one who can make Magitech armor sing.
Been gaming? What you been gaming on? Huh? What you been gaming on, doofus? How's doofus 2?
Chief, we should be getting close.
It had said 404 temporarily, but I will be watching. Wait a second.
Once we break
Chef,
those
is it working
tunnels,
over there or
we'll be
no?
Right where the light was pointing. Right where Azizlar should be.
Let's keep it going, y'all. What are we keep it going? Doofus 2 is very well. He's playing Night Rain. Nice. What have you been playing, Bug? Yeah, oh yeah, Bingers, yeah, no, indeed. Some of these cutscenes you shouldn't be watching. Back live on Kick, yeah, okay, thank you, Chef Chippy. Appreciate you, my brother. Oh, I forgot, oh man, I forgot again. Your chess pick. I am a man of my word. I must, you must keep me accountable too. She threw some bits at you? Oh, where?
I think that's it.
Did you throw bits here on... How did I miss that? Well, you threw bits, Rowdy? Kick is back up. Okay, thank you, Earth. Final Fantasy, I'm doing my main scenario stuff. What's main scenario stuff?
Is that Alagon? Aye. There's no mistaking their handiwork.
We need another date. Yes, we do. Chaos. Yes, we do. Indeed, my friend. What is what's tomorrow look like for you? Chaos.
What was that?
I'll hit you up. I'll DM you because I absolutely agreed. Night Rain is something I want to play at least once a week if I can. Or I'm at the main cigarette. Wait, you haven't beaten the game, Bug? Little biddies and small biddies are all good. Little bits. Wait, you threw bits at me, Rowdy? Today was great. I'll be here. What are you talking about, Rowdy?
I've lost the auxiliary propeller.
You haven't beaten the game, Rig Wench?
Sid,
You're such a poser.
We must return to Ishgard and find another way.
Rowdy? Oh, okay, Rowdy, okay, you got a voucher in Bobby. Rowdy's a wonderful female, by the way. Thank you so much for the 50 bingers. Love you, Rowdy. Guys, this mass. This mass is at endgame. Wait, this is endgame, Gav? No way. No, I'm like level 59.
Why do the Alagons always have to make everything so bloody complicated?
The last dungeon, I believe, is coming up. What, of this expansion? Oh, well, that is a mode we will not be touching, Chaos. I think we can both agree that the mode we've been playing on is plenty hard. Raptor, thank you for the Mass Army emotes, brother. I hope everything is going well, Gear Bear. Don't forget to update me on your whole business venture, my friend. I'm not gonna nag you about it, but I am curious as to how that pans out. It's a new feature on Twitch. Wait, what is a combo? What is a combo? You believe it's the factory? What does this mean? What does this mean? I'm trash, you and me both. Why are you saying you're trash? It is plenty hard, yeah, especially with me, dude. Especially with me, Chaos. I mean, it's hard to begin with, I'm sure, but I can't make things any easier, I'm sure. Will do, bro. Thank you, Raptor. I appreciate that. Pulling for you, brother. Love me some dreams in the making. There's nothing better than a nice dream to sink your ambition in, you know? Well, it coming true. I mean, that definitely that is that I guess is a condition. Gotta enjoy the journey while you can. You know what I mean? If you can. You know what I'm saying, Bug? Yes, you're about to be in the last area. Oh, am I really, Gav? Oh, let's go. What's the expansion after this one, Gav?
Lofty position to the industry of the Allegons. And we can be all but certain that the Archbishop...
Oh, I know, yo, GTX. We're playing Elden Ring Night Rain, me and Chaos. Or Chaos and I. And I played the base game. But I haven't played... Have you played any of the Souls-likes, GTX?
If we are to join them, we will first need to pass through the Isle's etheric barrier, which is...
Oh, it's them copying on... Okay, no, we did talk about that, Earth.
Enough to make a mess of a perfectly good airship at any rate.
Did you call me pantaloons?
As far as I can gather, the barrier mechanism draws ether from...
Oh, you're trash on Black Ops. I thought you were just calling yourself trash.
What is, in effect, a wall of lightning.
I mean, I'm IRL trash as well.
Seems plain that
That's okay. We all have a little trash in us, you know what I mean?
will end in failure.
Stormblood. Okay, that sounds familiar.
Alas, the key...
You finished the game, right, Gav?
Without us, and I don't think
You played 1 and 2. They're tough, yeah. Gav and I are getting hyped for Neo 3. I still need to play the second one through.
Based on your experience, is there no other way that we might breach the barrier?
Love you too, Rowdy. I'm gonna miss you. You have a fantastic snooze. Hope to talk to you soon, Rowdy.
Well, in the past, we've beaten similar barriers by nullifying them with elemental converters.
She may have meant right now. She's just lying about. I am coming. She's saying good night. I got to go to bed, but is now saying she's going to play with
The one we're up against
Chippy.
this time, dwarves
What a rowdy one indeed. Another hard game is Silent Hill. That one I haven't played.
Needed to nullify Leviathan's command of the sea. A veritable mountain of crystals that could only be borne by lashing two galleons
SPK,
together
you think so? Massey Pantaloon shirt merch?
propel itself, much less fly.
That said, we're not without options. If it isn't feasible to nullify the barrier, we might try piercing it.
Piercing it.
How? We create a ram of condensed ether and mount it on my ship. There's just one problem. I don't have the faintest idea how to build one. It's going to take a true authority in the field, I reckon.
Oh, reckon?
Would that the Archons were still with us.
Oh, wow. Not even Snake Raider has finished the game. Damn. Who's finished this game?
Ramblings correctly, she has acquired a clue pointing to the whereabouts of one such individual.
An Archon? Truly?
I've never played Dead by Daylight either, unfortunately, GTX.
Ha! Fortune favors the righteous, eh? Well then, let's not waste any time. While you go and look for our missing friend, I'll work on modifying the Enterprise. Her hull will need reinforcing to bear the punishment, not to mention a mount for the ram. Just you wait, my pretty. By the time I'm finished, you'll be an airship rebuilt.
Gav, is that the one with Pyramid Head? Final Fantasy 16. Huh. Do 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 do. Oh, new pants. Word. How was your day today, Chaos? What you got for me? Get my hands on that game again. It's not even on Steam. Left 4 Dead. Those games were fucking dope. I would definitely play those games again. My favorite was being the zombies. The fucking what was the that like rogue one? Damn, what the hell were they called? And then the tank one was cool. The boomer one was kind of lame. Low-key so advanced for its time. Really? Damn. Yeah, am I the only one that didn't watch or play Silent Hill? Was a decent day, thanks. Just been a chill day. First half spent with a boyfriend, then night rain with a friend. Well, that sounds like quite a day there, Chaos. Good for you. I'm glad you're chilling. You seem to be in good spirits. Very nice. Lovely, my friend. What do we... Yes? They're probably AFK. One of my favorite things to do in this game is just like literally hang out with people in like the town square. Is that weird? I'm going the wrong way. Zombie. Silent Hill 2, the remake, makes me feel uneasy. The jockeys or the spitter. Oh, I remember the spitters. Wait, were they called? No, not the jockeys. The jockeys are the ones that ride you. It was something else. Made the game more scary with all a disclaimer at the beginning about mental health and if you feel uncomfortable. I would love to see that disclaimer, Gav. Oh, Merrick's Dragon with the 400 bingers. Merrick's, oh, you are too kind. Love you too, homie. Thank you, Merrick's. Pippin. Yo, GTX, what was that that ninja one called? Jesse, thank you so much for the lurk. I appreciate you hanging out with us during our Streaminar, Jesse. Dawn Trail is basically a retart of story. What's retart? Restart? Gav, are you trying to get me to say a word that I'm not supposed to? No. In Left 4 Dead, they like pounced and they got on top of you and like shredded you. Damn it! What the hell were they called? Nightcrawler? No. Wait, was it Nightcrawlers? Yo, Ivan, what is up indeed? What's up, Ivan? ¿Cómo estás, mi amigo? Evil Within 1 and 2. I haven't played that one. The Witches, the Ones Cry. Oh, no, that's another one. Those were creepy as shit. Yo, Stu, thank you for the heart overload, brother. Stu, I hope you're doing well, my boy. Man, Stu, that game... that I always see you guys play, the Killer Clowns in Space. That actually looks fun, I'm not going to lie. The more I watch it, the more I kind of want to play it. Play that game drunk and be like, oh my god, this is crazy? I know, dude. Bro, the Witches were, those were creepy as shit, but I'm bien, I'm doing well. How are you? Good to see you, dude. I'm chilling. Chilling, Ivan. Muy bien. I'm glad you're doing well. GG's indeed. Yo, Bobby, thank you so much for swinging on by and hanging out with us during the stream now, bro. I hope you have a great night, homie. ¿Qué tal el stream? What's ¿Qué tal? Dude, you could rock that game. It's streamable. Yeah. No, it is. It is. I would stream that game. Why not? Uncle Bad, thank you for the hearts, brother. Spendable in lame terms. Any earnings you can't wait. Earnings you make on Twitch you can use on bits and subs without a card. I don't know if I want to start doing that. I get too generous, so I'll end up like fucking. I'll end up in the red, man. Believe me, I am not smart with my money. Got a high. I mean, I have to though. I mean, I've. Anytime you guys see, like, I'm not getting tattoos. That's pretty good. That's pretty fucking good. Normally, like, I was getting, like, when I was a cop, I was getting tattooed left and right and making things tight. Yikes. High viewership, not a lot of people play, a lot of old people. Yeah, no, GTX, that's a good niche game for sure. I'll have to look into that. A movie remake of Killer Clowns, rumors ramping up. Don't care, watch OG film. Oh, it was an OG film? Wait, Killer Clowns was a movie? SBK. You and me both, GTX. You and me both. Let me see. I wanna figure this out. Left 4 Dead zombies. The Infected. Boomer. The Hunter. Oh, that was easy. The Hunter. And then the tank. I remember the tank was dope. The Charger. Okay, the Hunter. That was my jam. Late 80s. Wait, there was a late 80s game? Left 4 Dead 2 has high viewership. Oh, no, I read that. How tight is tight? About as tight as you can get it. Merrick's real freaking tight. $2000s. OG Left 4 Dead was, yeah, that was a good one too. The second one, I feel like the second one was even better. I guess in video games it should kind of be like that. But oftentimes I feel like the nostalgia of the first always prevails. Am I in here? Where am I? Guess who's hopping on Final Fantasy 14? Damn, it's about time, Merrick's Dragon. Merrick's, when's the last time you loaded up some Final Fantasy? Oh yeah, I figured I could fly here. There he goes. Look at the good, dude. Get it, get it, get it. The game though, I'm a big zombie game fan. I play every single Resident Evil game. What do you think about the new one coming out? What is it, 9, right? Spriggan Grave Robber? Oh boy. What do you think of that one? Get in there with us. Yeah, fun game. Warriors of Light. Indeed. Indeed, Gav. 9 will be good as hell. Damn, I feel like I only played a little bit of, like, the 4th one or some shit like that. That would be, that'd be quite the series to start. No, 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 no. They say you gotta play Resident Evil Outbreak. Which one is that? Outbreak? Nine is a whole storyline by the sounds of it. Biohazard and Play the Village, they come together. So, Rain, let me ask you this. If there's someone like me who said, you know what, like, I want to inevitably play 9 and essentially just want to get into not Final Fantasy, Resident Evil in general, where do I start and do I skip anything? A remaster of 1, 5, and 6? So, I'm guessing SPK, I can't skip 1? Start at the remakes? Resident Evil 1 remaster and then go to Resident Evil 2 remake. Okay, well, shit, they remade or remastered how many of them? Why are there so many people here? Rumors of remaster of 1, like 2, 3, 4. Skip 4 and 5. What's RE0? You can play in any order? That doesn't sound right, does it? Resident Evil 0 is the prequel to 1. Okay, that makes sense. 2, 3 are rough, and they have invincible behemoths chasing you while you're trying to loot. That doesn't sound great. Technically, play because there's an opening to each one that explains a little bit about the story. Leon Kennedy is in 1 to 4. Leon Kennedy, why is that like that's the protagonist, right? Is he not in all of them? I don't know. This name is very familiar with me, but I don't know much other than the name. I only know of his legend. I only know of his legend. Yeah, they switch it up. Oh no, what, Merrick's? Bingers, how are you liking this game? Chris Redfield, Leon, then Ethan Winters. Yeah, I don't know the other ones. Istola.
In requesting the Elemental's assistance to find Y'shtola, you must needs be aware of one difficulty. A difficulty born of the fundamental difference between man and Elemental.
That being...
Oh really, GTX? What's your, what do you sink the most time in? For me it was WoW, hands down, easy.
In perceiving the world around him,
Fun Safari reminds me of Final Fantasy 11 a lot, which was the first one I played next to RuneScape.
He gives names to such things as
EverQuest and Guild Wars. Oh man, I forgot you're old as dirt like me. What is Rift though? And how was I heard Guild Wars is actually good now. Is that wrong? Although Aura disagrees with me.
And flow of the energies of life. So profound a division cannot be bridged with simple discourse. The Elemental's voices stir not the air.
WoW will always be, yeah, will always be my home. That's.
While our words are but wind to them.
Yeah, I mean, I could see. I have too much nostalgia built up from when I was like 14 and played that game. How was EverQuest?
Presented with ether which is akin to hers. If you could but find a family member.
Oh! I know just the person! Y'shtola has a sister who came to live in Gridania. She told me about her once.
Oh, really?
Oh, that is most fortunate indeed. Pray, seek
most fortunate.
and bring her to Evershade.
Oh, classic will always hold a special place in my heart. Yeah, Artemis, facts. It's never to be budged. I'm taking that one to my grave. There's not, even if I wanted to remove it, it stole so many of our hearts. It was so good for its time. It was so good. Yeah, no, it is GTX. It is, but unfortunately, a lot of those like this MMO, even this one, you need a subscription. It's really annoying. It's always been the downside of WoW. It's like, damn, like, okay, if I play this game for a year straight, it's gonna, well, what's 15 times 12? I don't know math, but. Yeah, most expensive game you'll ever play. Rogue on WoW loved to backstab and sneak attack. Yeah, Rogue was a lot of fun. I played a decent amount of Rogue in my time. Nothing more than a warrior though. Big shocker, I'm sure. Look at this fucking axe, dude. Hit! Oh. sick, dude. Poison on the weapons were cool. Yeah, yeah. No, your Rogue was. I mean, dude. WoW is always going to be my gold standard. I have to admit, I'm really liking this game. It's just not fair, you know. Like I played WoW when I was a kid, and I think the classic version, I squeezed every bit of juice out of that game I possibly could. So ultimately, I can't say which game is better. I just can't. I have too much tied into WoW. I played it for decades. I played it when I was a kid. I mean, just being a Tauren warrior is always just going to feel like home. Because the cast times are chill. Yeah, fair. Yeah, I mean, I've never been a big fan of cast times and shit like that. I'm all good with Rage. I like Rage. It's a pain to deal with in the beginning, but it gets better. No, dude. Yeah, EverQuest. Is that what? That's what you're referring to EQ as GTX? 6 month sub, not a year. Oh. No. I thought it was is it monthly sub SPK? Oh, for a year with gift cards. Nice. I did not know that. EverQuest is where it all started? Where what's like, it's the original MMO, is that what you're saying? Wait. WoW's going to be on Game Pass? Snake? No way. I was streaming this game, but there's definitely... EverQuest? Oof. I don't know. You'd be surprised. Honestly, when it comes to MMORPGs, people don't let them go. I mean, that's why, like, fucking RuneScape is a thing. Like, honestly, I wouldn't be too surprised, GTX, if there's not a crowd for it. Or if there is a crowd for it, rather. Save money annually instead of monthly? Yeah. I'm all about saving money, SPK. Xbox is going to put the PC on Shield and... What is Shield and Terror? Rift? Yeah, I've never even heard of Rift. Rift Plains of Talara? Yeah, I've never heard of Rift. RuneScape, yeah, I know. Dude, I'm with you on that one, GTX. I've tried RuneScape a couple of times, and like, I don't...
Hearken to me, O
I don't know. I don't know. I don't... It's like Minecraft. It's so successful that obviously it's just like with so many things, it's a subjective thing. And just to me, it's just something that like I can't. I don't know. I just can't. The trilogy of Warcraft is going to be on Game Pass. I don't know about WoW itself. Oh, okay. We're talking about Warcraft, like the bird's eye view shit, right? Like the Age of Empires type stuff.
Please, Y'shtola. Please come back to us.
There's much better free games in my opinion. Oh, then RuneScape. Yeah, I would definitely. Obviously, again, it's our opinion, but I agree with you. Watch gaming news. What's gaming news, SPK? Yeah, GTX, dude. Minecraft is another one. I really, honestly, like, I never messed with Minecraft because, like, I could very obviously see, like, I would have to really try my best to get into it until I started streaming. And I thought to myself, well, dude, this is This is a very in game. Like this is might be a solid game to stream with. Might be a solid game to like play with the community with. I streamed it once. I don't know. I can't. I literally just could not get into it as much as I tried. Granted, this is that's a game as as well as RuneScape. Oh well. That I think if I were to get into it, I wouldn't be streaming it. You know what I mean? I think it would need my undivided attention. Graphics mean absolutely nothing to me. I'm here for the game system itself. No, I know, Bingers, I understand it. Like, well, I wouldn't say they're nothing to me. They're definitely not nothing to me, but I'd still it's still to me, I think more than just the graphics when it comes to RuneScape and Minecraft. Bringing a portable this holiday season? Oh, wow. Xbox is finally bringing in a portable. Is that so? Hola, hola Dudu. Muito fofa, lindo, fofo lindo. ¿Cómo va, Dudu? Yeah, I mean, again, Minecraft is one of those games that, like, both Minecraft and RuneScape are games that I actually really wanted to like, for a number of reasons. A, they're not hard on your system. Oh, muito bem. Muito bem, obrigado, Dudu. Yo, brother Dank Knight. Yo, Dank Knight, thank you so much for the raid and then the tier 1 subby. Appreciate you, Dank Knight. Thank you, homie. What's up, brother? Possibly on that handheld they're making. It's possible it could. Oh, or wait. What would be on the handheld, Gav? Hey, I can punch dirt and make more dirt. Yeah, that's pretty realistic. No, but I mean, yeah, those games, like, they're easy on your system. They have a massive following. Yeah, I mean, I think they're good games to like. Like free games, a lot to do in them. I just can't really wrap my brain around it. PlayStation's going to be mad they pulled their games. Over 2 million Japanese PS5 owners got blocked from playing Gears of War Reloaded this August. Oof. 2 million Japanese PS5 owners? Why couldn't they play Oh, bro, we're chilling, man. We just finished our I think 10th or 11th Streaminar. I'm going to have to check that number, but man, I'm chilling, man. Getting to the end of this one. I appreciate each and every one of you. Yeah, for sure. It's an ADHD kid's dream. Oh, is that? I mean, maybe that's why it's so damn popular. 9-month streak. Yeah, Dank Knight is an OG. Dank Knight is an OG. He came back from a hiatus, and I'm so very grateful he's doing better. Streaming again. Being a boss in Marvel Rivals. Doing Dank Knight things, you know what I'm saying? Gotta keep my streak. Yo, I appreciate the raid and the sub, Dank. I appreciate you, brother. Very much so. Everything but Nintendo. to be obsessed with that. I was like, man, he'd like make big. Oh, are you talking about Minecraft still, GTX? Yeah, I don't even think I built a single thing in that game. I ran around and tried to kill the zombies, and it's a mess. My brain is just not wired for it, man. That's all I got to say. Yeah, you figured it out. Very nice. Congratulations, Merrick. I do be a boss, bro. You are mad good at Rivals, bro. Definitely, man. I respect it, bro. We gotta play sometime, brother. It might not be very fun for you, but I could use the carries. Do 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 do. I just want to ride my chocobo. I just want to ride my fat chocobo. Don't mind paying subs because I love the game enough to be living in the world there. For I want to support the people making it. Same as me subbing here for Mass. Ooh. I love most of what you said there, Bingers, and thank you for your support as always, Maddie. But man, you supporting Blizzard? God, I don't know about that one. I certainly don't think about my money. Like these people, I don't know. I don't know about the homies making Final Fantasy and updating the game and whatnot, but Blizzard, man, they just have not been very nice over the years, I feel like. I don't know about... that's not part of my thought process when paying WoW subscriptions. If anything, I would keep my money from them, even if I can't have it. Would you play with me, Mass? Oh yeah, absolutely, dude. We play every Monday, but we're going to play... I'm still deciding. We're going to collab with... Demon Bane on Wednesday, but I still might play on Monday. Oh yeah, no, we'll get it in. We'll definitely get it in, Dank. Oh, okay, Bingers. My fault. Well, whoever's like actively messing with WoW. Didn't like the old crew of Blizzard go make a different game? Iron Man, Wolverine, DPS characters? Well, hey, man, as long as you don't use my Iron Fist, brother. Iron Fist. It's my boy right there. You have to play Marvel Rivals on Monday, also due to... Okay, that's no problem. I have no problem. I mean, yeah, like I told Demon Bane. As long as I get to play my Iron Fist. Oh, I will. Hey, dude, we'll be playing... I don't know how many spots will be open on Monday, but I think there will be a couple on Wednesday. Wait a second. Where the... What am I missing here? Chris Metzen, who's that? Activision and Bungie made a great team. What did they, what are they responsible for? I need a break from Final Fantasy? Why do you say that? This is my cozy game. This is my game I go to hide from all the nonsense and all the craziness. This is where I get to talk to chat and go at my own pace, and I don't know, if I'm looking tired or something, it just means I need a break in general. That's all. Yo, Bashwags, what's up, homie? Thanks for checking on in. I hope you had a fantastic Thursday. TGIF, guys. I mean, I'm on the East Coast. Wait a second. What's going on here? So it's Flex Friday, Bash. You know what I'm saying? Yo, Destiny 2. Yo, I went balls deep into Destiny 2 GTX. What about you, bro? Chris Metzen made everything you like about WoW, basically. Oh, wow. What a legend. Where's he at? Where's Chris Metzen at? Love you too, Bash. How you feeling tonight? 26 level. Oh, that's why you're saying I need a break. I was going to say, this is my baby. I ain't going to lie. This is Final Fantasy is my comfort zone as far as streaming goes. If you got Disney Plus, Daredevil, Jessica Jones, Punisher, Luke Cage. I heard Daredevil came back. Punisher's dope. Luke Cage was awesome. I don't know about the other ones.
Tataru.
Thank you for the tight squeeze, Bash. I appreciate you. Thank you for the hearts.
You are safe.
Chaos?
The 12.
I didn't notice he left party until halfway through the match. Damn, she dipped on you, Chef. Pecky Poppy. Thank you for redeeming your points, Sarah Dank. I hope it was worth it. I hope it was everything you ever hoped for. It's my girl. My girl. Talk about. Oh, wait. This is your favorite, Gav?
Changes with me. I seem to sense the ether around me more keenly than before.
One match, she said the backpack was too much. Well, in Rowdy's defense, I think she was ready to head to bed. This is right here is why I love him. Are you talking about my peck pop tank? I love you too, brother. If you're talking about me.
Worry not.
Which is one of the more embarrassing things. I don't know if you guys have ever been through it as streamers, but like someone says something like, "Oh, you're just so nice. I love you," and you're like, "Oh, I love you too," and they're like, they happen to be talking to someone else. Man, can't live that one down. She'll be hiding under the bed once one of these nights mass. Wait, who is? Rowdy?
Tell us then.
Rowdy's going to be hiding under my bed? Is that what you're saying?
We were told that there had been a tunnel collapse.
Think of those people tattoo themselves into a chameleon? Hey, listen, SBK, literally to each their own. If you want to manipulate your body to where you look like a fucking salamander, dude, I mean, if that makes you happy, I'll be happy for you. You know, just same as me. I'm sure there are people out in this world that take one look at me and think like, wow, what a fucking lost individual. I mean, I've had people in public like literally say, may God have mercy on your soul. It's like, dude, I mean, I don't know how to break it to you, but I mean, not worth my time. You know, it's like whatever. I mean, you do with your body with what you want. You know.
Needless to say.
You're talking about me. Thank you, Dank. I appreciate you, bro. Thank you for spending the points appropriately. The new voice actor fits really well. Rowdy may be hiding under your bed, but I'm hiding in your walls. Well, you know what? The walls is actually probably more more realistic Artemis.
Where are they?
I sleep on a mattress, so I think that's rather hard to hide under. And by the way, if you hide under my mattress and I happen to lay on it without noticing you're there, you're gonna die. So yeah, I highly suggest choosing the walls. Is if you can find your way into the walls, it might be a more viable hiding spot.
I am truly sorry. It was the Crystal Braves who pursued
Like people on Bluetooth in public. Exactly.
No apologies are necessary, Alpha.
That's actually a good bit. You know what I mean? Like go out and with a Bluetooth, and I've seen bits like that. People like have a phone and they'll like be looking at someone and be like, "Yeah, you're a piece of fucking garbage." No, seriously, no. Yeah. No, yeah, you're a piece of fucking shit. And then they get all worked up and they turn away. It's like, yeah, no, and wait till I get over there, you know. I love that.
Don't worry.
You want to collab Final Fantasy 14 sometime? Yeah, oh, absolutely. Dude, like I said, Merrick's Dragon and anyone else who streams, as long as you're streaming the same game at the same time and there's room for you, like obviously Fortnite, Marvel Rivals, like there's got to be room, but honestly, like I don't mind sharing chat, even if we're not even like directly playing the game, like in Final Fantasy. At least you're in the same genre, you know, your same category. Makes sense to me. EverQuest will have average 13 viewers. See, I told you, Rain or GTX.
Indeed,
I'm telling you, man. Like, I think MMORPGs are going to withstand like the test of time. Maybe not completely, obviously, but I mean, I guess you're saying. What was the one called? You said one was for sure dead. Forgot those people you know you're loved. Forget those people. Oh yeah, I know, Snake. I mean, obviously those are. I honestly consider them more lost than me.
That reminds me.
It's just, you know, it's opinion stuff.
For you.
Whatever.
I don't like to boast, but I made them myself. I learned how to weave while we're in Ishgard, you see.
Don't hide under the dude. Yeah, don't. If you hide under my mattress, it's going to be a very untimely end for you. I've said I'm good to a girl walking down the parking lot. How you doing? I answered. She kept walking on the earpiece. I was like, oh shit, dude. Oh man. For some reason, I know how that feels. It must have happened to me before. I must have just just shoved it so far back into my brain that I just forgot. Traumatized, you know? If I'm hiding in your walls, it's just because I'm checking on you to make sure you're okay. Love you too, Artemis. Thank you. I need that. I need that because any given day could be a rough one for your boy. Hide as a coat rack. You would make quite a handsome coat rack there, Maddie. That sounds like a good way to go to me. Getting squashed by me. Well, I mean, sup, brother? Yo, Madge Games, what's going on, brother? Indeed, how you feeling? I'll come for you guys and carry you all to mass location. Let's go. We have a little party. We have a little Final Fantasy party. That sounds fun.
It would seem I have been away for some while.
Yeah, GTX. If you really want to nail down a spot, hit up Wild Wise Witch. And you can nail down a spot for sure to collab. Otherwise, we play Marvel Rivals on Monday. We stream every day except Sunday. We stream every day at 8 p.m. Eastern except Sunday. And then the only for sure game we play on any given day is Monday. We play Rivals. But yo, Madge Games, it's nice seeing you again, homie. Thank you for the Mass Army emotes, bro.
Yes, much and more happened during your absence.
Do you remember that story I told you about my old coworker calling me Satan's bride? Yes, yeah. Well, I don't remember the Satan's bride part, but I do remember our conversation. You had I want to say there was more than one. There was There's a male and a female that were getting on you about. Oh, the one with the pamphlets, right? Ellie. Mass Army, good night. Yo, good night, Brother Dank. Thank you so much again for the raid. Thank you for the sub, my boy. I hope you get some good rest, homie. Yeah, message her. I would message her on Discord, GTX. Yeah, GTX, Discord is just, in my opinion, when it comes to communication and getting everything in one place as far as like having a, being a part of a community. I mean, Discord is just, I think it's the best app that can be used. I can't even imagine otherwise. Being a part of a community or like hosting one. I think Discord is a clear answer.
And one large enough to admit an airship.
Thank you, Madge. That's awfully kind of you, homie. I appreciate you swinging on by and checking in on me, bro. It's going well, man. How's yours going? Yeah, Chaos. We could have it arranged. We might as well move the mattress, though, right? I think I can. I wonder how long it would take for someone to suffocate with me just dead weight on top of them.
Matoya, my former master.
I feel like that would kill most people eventually. Is there an app like Twitch Tracker for Kick? Other apps too? That's a great question, Chef. I would imagine. I would definitely imagine. But I do not know for sure. I only started using it the past month. A lot of gamers use it. Yeah. Yeah, no, even outside of streaming. If you're like into gaming and, Discord has groups. It's a community thing, like regardless of the community, I'm sure there's a Discord for it. My mic no worky? Rowdy, you're supposed to be in bed, young lady. I never felt more alive than helping 19 other people in WoW raid and make plans for the bosses. I will find that again somehow, some way. Damn, raiding, wait, 20? What expansion was that, Bingers? SBK screw off. I am so big. SBK is right. Rowdy. No need to be rowdy. Yo, Rowdy, thank you for the rowdy. I broke your mic? Battle of Azeroth, the worst one, and I still had fun. Ah, man, you see, that's the thing, Bingers. I think my expectations were so low or something. I really didn't think BFA was that bad. Now, was it amazing? Was it the best? Was it the best time of my life? Yeah, no, not even close. But I thought it was good. It was good enough, Don't you dare what? Rowdy raid, right? Starry, what's up? I have 4 or 5 hours dailing chores to keep up. Oh yeah, dailies. Oh god, dailies. Oof. How was your day, Starry? Thanks for checking in before we call it a day. Ba-da-da-wow. Dwow. Oh. Thursday, June 19th. That's right now. Oh, join us in celebrating Pride Month at Unholy. Where's Unholy? Does that sound like a fun time? I've never been to one of those parties. I want to host one of those parties one of these days. You were going to say Rowdy Raid? Did I not say that? It's a rowdy raid. Rowdy raid. Rowdy with the mass army emotes. I'm doing okay. I'm doing okay. I'm doing okay, Starry. Better now that I see your beautiful username up in this, John. We'll have those. Yeah, no. So Bingers, we have to get a house first. Unfortunately, apparently it's easier said than done. Allegedly. Happy Juneteenth. Is it Juneteenth? I told you not to? Not to what? Rowdy raid, rowdy raid, rowdy raid. Do we have someone to raid out to, Ellie? I mean, I wouldn't mind. This is about as good a stopping point as ever. Okay, yeah. Well, let me finish this quest real quick, and then we'll wrap it up. We'll save a little bit of juice for tomorrow, and just so I can get some food in me and hopefully catch up on some sleep. I had to wake up early to fucking let my damn landladies. Guys, let me ask you something real quick. So I'm renting this fucking shithole, obviously, and I didn't sign my lease. I didn't sign an extension, right? So I'm getting the boot in a week and a half or so. So I'm looking for a new place. And this whole month, she's been doing these showings and intruding on my privacy. I've rented for my whole adult life. I've never had this happen before ever, and I've lived in like 30 different apartments. Has anyone else gone through this? I'm like, she's like, oh, does 9 a.m. work? I'm like, I'd rather not at that time. She's like, oh, it's okay, we'll be quick. I'm like, I'm sleeping. I don't want you guys barging in and what the fuck? And then get this, she sent me an email. She's like, oh, so-and-so is going to be there a little bit earlier to make sure the lights are on and things are tidy. Things are tidy? Are you going to be touching my shit? What? That's not legal? I don't know. I didn't bother fucking fighting it. But yeah, I mean, I'm not happy about it. Mind you, there's been fucking 10 people in and out. Just sell the damn place. Fucking hey, dude. I'm in the process. Yo, what's up, Lace? Hey, no, Lace. Hey, the second I saw you up, man, I knew I had to swing on by. I hope you're doing better, Lace. Buying myself, grand, as to renovate. Look at. Yeah, I know. Literally, sometimes the people were surprised. They're like, wait, what? And the real estate agent's like, oh yeah, he's still in here. I'm like, yeah, that's how I would feel. If someone was showing a place to me, that's the thing. Whether I'm leaving or coming in, viewing a place, I've never been shown a place ever. I've been shown a lot of places, and I've never been shown a place where a homie's sitting there, chilling with all his stuff still in the place. It seems and feels very inappropriate. But anyways, guys, we're going to call it there. Lace, it's so nice to see you again. I hope everything's all right. Let me make sure. Hold on. Oh, night. Oh, that's terrible timing again. Shit. Guys, thank you so much for the Streaminar. Yo, Kaggle, thank you so much for the 100 bingers. Scratch, thank you for the raid. We're going to be... Landlords are gross. Yo, Knight. Yo, dude. Straight up, man. Just so fucking annoying. Do you sleep in the nude? I do, actually. I sleep in the nude. Most of the time. Thank you for the 100 bingers, Kaggle. Knight, it's beautiful seeing you again. I hope you and your dad and your family are doing okay. Yeah, we're looking. We're looking this weekend. I've been throwing out applications, and man, that's another thing that's new to me. Like, they all have application fees. hey, someone asked me, Lace. But yeah, guys, sorry. We're gonna go. We had a. Oh, Knight, brother, Knight. Thank you for the 10 bomb on the way out, my boy. Thank you, Knight. Guys, thank you so much. Thank you, Knight. I will, man. I'll be all right, dude. I'll persevere. Got to. Pineapple's doing things. But guys, thank you guys so much for everything. Much love, Knight. Thank you so much for all your support as always. Love you, brother, Knight. Thank you, GTX Rain, for hanging out with us so much tonight. Rowdy, love you as always. Guys, thank you so much for all your support. Thank you guys for hanging in there for the Streaminar. Thank you for the subs, the bits, the follows. I know we had some. And Vanta, good night. Say hello to Cyber for me. Thank you, each and every one of you guys. We're going to be back at it tomorrow, same time, same place. Y'all know the deal. Flex Friday. If you haven't joined the Discord, do so now. Oh, you're good, Starry. We're going to be back at it. Love you guys. Oh, and there's Cyber. Are we, yeah. So, guys, once again, I appreciate you. Devolution, appreciate you. Raptor here from start to finish with the mass army emotes. Gary, I love you, brother. I appreciate the sports like way more than you could ever imagine. Thank you so much to all the homies, all my ride or dies. Love y'all. Big shout out to Knight, VIP doing VIP things. Thank you for the 10 bomb. And yeah, love y'all. Guys, if I missed you, I'm sorry, but I'll be back tomorrow. Hope to see you there, guys. Love you, homies. Good night, y'all. I hope y'all are doing well.